publication. Hi, Ray.
Good evening, Art.
Good to have you on the program. It's been a long time.
Oh, nice to be with you again.
I guess the way to begin is to begin, and that is to go back and find out how did you meet up with and learn about Ms. Luca?
Well, it was back in 1976, and the Massachusetts MUFON group was looking for a good close encounter of the fourth kind to look into, and Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who was chief scientific consultant to the Air Force's Signed Grudge and Blue Book, forwarded Betty's letter to us. We sent an investigator to talk to Betty to see what kind of a person she was, and then instigated an investigation that lasted between 1977 and 1978 and resulted in a 3-volume, 528-page report for peer review. Betty, of course, was abducted from her home on January 25th, 1967, and underwent a remarkable abduction experience, which is paralleled by many other cases since then.
If I might back up a little bit, when you go and you investigate a case like this or any other, what kind of questions do you ask? Have you learned to ask certain key questions that will help you determine fairly quickly what you've got on your hands?
Well, I guess the first thing we did was do a character reference check on Betty to see if she was of good repute, and that worked out very well. Had her fill out forms and interrogated her as regarding how much she could remember. Basically, all she could remember consciously and her father could remember was she was in the kitchen and her children and parents were out in the living room, and a bright reddish-orange light flashed through the pantry window, and the lights began blinking off and on and then went out. And Betty's father rushed in to see what had happened, and he went to the pantry window and saw a bright light out in the field, and then saw these strange creatures coming toward the house. They really weren't walking. They were sort of floating up and down. They stopped at the window and looked at him, and that's the only thing he could remember, and then they came right through the wall, through the door, and put Betty's family into a state, I guess, for want of a better term, suspended animation, and convinced her to come with them out to a craft that was in the field, which she did. They floated up into the craft, and the smaller craft went up and entered a larger craft, and she was given the typical physical examination, etc. We put her under hypnosis, her daughter under hypnosis. Her father didn't want anything to do with it, but they both relived complimentary accounts of what had happened. We were interested in having her sit down with a psychiatrist and have a psychiatric evaluation, which she did. And she volunteered it, actually. She is a very devout fundamentalist Christian, and this was no part of her belief system, and she thought she was going crazy when these memories surfaced. So she actually asked if we could do this, and of course we were pleased because we were embarrassed to ask her if she would like to sit down with someone like that, and
sure.
She passed in flying colors, and she also took a lie detector test, as did her daughter. When all is said and done, we were convinced at least that she and her daughter believed that this had happened to her. And of course, since then, many of the abduction experiences that have been reported parallel many aspects of her account. This was just the beginning, though. We found that she had abduction experiences way back in childhood as we continued to probe her background. So there was as you said, there were 4 books based on 4 what I call phase investigations between 1977 and 1994, and basically records her experiences.
Okay, Ray, I want to stop you at this point in the investigation and tell you what's coming up, but you really already know about it. I got a panicked call, and I mean panicked, from Bud Hopkins Friday. And he said that Nova is coming out and doing a series on his work and that of John Mack at Harvard. And basically it's going to be a hit piece. And it's going to basically try to rip to pieces the kind of work they've done, charging false memory syndrome, induced memories by the examiner, that sort of thing. If somebody were to come and examine Betty's case, with regard to the kind of examination done, would they find room to make those kind of charges, or what kind of safety was used in the investigation?
Well, no leading questions were asked under hypnosis. Basically, we just let Betty relive the account and sort of provided some comfort to her when things got real rough. But the basic thing is to not ask leading questions and just let the person relive the abduction account. Now, Betty was like a blank blackboard. I mean, she had no interest in unidentified flying objects, and UFO abductions were fairly unknown back then to most people. So I thought she was a good case to investigate because she put a religious spin on her experience.
Yes.
This is all she knew. And she thought, well, this must be something to do with her religion, which I thought was great because she didn't interpret it as an extraterrestrial experience or something like that. So it was like taking a child, really, and probing the mind of someone that really didn't have false memories. A UFO buff that read an awful lot of things about abductions, which, of course, really didn't exist in those days. The Interrupted Journey had been published and so forth, but, again, she wasn't interested. I think that no matter how vigorous UFO abduction research is, and the Allagash abductions, I think we did an excellent job on in documenting that particular case. No matter what you do, there are going to be people out there that are equal in authority to Dr. John Mack, for example, who will take the opposite side. They don't believe it happened, and they start off with a premise it couldn't have happened, so they come up with alternate explanations for it, which is good. But the problem with something like NOVA is, and they did this with the UFO phenomenon several years back, they will interview people, and they did, Dr. Hynek, for example. They will take things out of context as regarding what they said, and then they will put their own spin on it to come up with their own premise. Oh, yes.
I've got 10 pages from Bud of exactly that sort of thing that they have apparently done, and he's extremely upset. And John Mack, of course, doesn't need this either.
No, he doesn't. And, what they should really do is have each person, tell the audience about their research, what they've done, and so forth, and the pros and the cons, and then let them have it out with each other and have a rather sort of a refereed debate rather than sucking these people into something that they think is going to help their research and then finding out that what they're doing is sort of trying to slam the door on it. I think the abduction experiences have become so well known through a number of TV programs and books like my own and Bud Hopkins and Dr. Mack and so forth, that someone out there, conservative science, whatever you want to call it, decides that something has to be done, so they get, just like they did with the UFO phenomena several years ago, get some psychiatrists together and so forth and put them on NOVA, which is a very respected program, and use that as a vehicle to try to squelch all this stuff.
Well, the tip-off, of course, is that it's driven by an agenda. They have decided prior to the program exactly what kind of program they're going to do, and by hook or crook, they're going to make it come out that way.
It's a shame that Bud and John didn't realize that from the outset and try to get something on paper where they would, I don't know what they did, but make sure that what they wanted to say would be on TV. Unfortunately, they'll editorialize it according to their whim.
Well, that's the problem with television, Ray, is that you can even take something in context and then bring on somebody else with another piece of tape directly behind that person, showing the first to be seemingly ridiculous.
Right.
That's the ability of the cutting room floor. All right, well, you've done 4 books now.
Yeah, 9 books, actually. But
well, no, on Luca.
Right.
And my question is, with what you've told me about her experience thus far, that's a lot of material. That's a lot of material. So apparently the follow-up books then look further into her background from that first incident.
Yes. What we did was, the first incident, she relived a needle being placed up her nose and a little BB-like object being taken out of it, and we wondered how that got there. And when the hypnotist tried to find out, she became so upset that he felt he didn't want to put her through that. And so it was just sort of left for a while, and then we went back with a Phase 2 investigation with another hypnotist, and he let her go through it. And it happened when she was a 13-year-old. And probing deeper, we found out that it went even further back to earlier age. So we documented all of that in the Andreasen Affair Phase 2. And we got up to 1973, and again, she became so traumatized that we decided not to go any further. And later on, again, we picked it up and tried again, and it was interesting how that happened, but it's a long story. But we picked up at 1973 in Watchers 2 and progressed through several abduction experiences that she had.
Ray, you use the term paraphysical a lot. I know what paranormal is. Paraphysical, would that mean a visit of the fourth type in which there was actual physical contact, or you were taken aboard a ship, or what does it mean?
Well, basically, many of the UFO reports that we've been getting over the years involve some very strange, what you might call paranormal phenomena or abilities associated with them. And many researchers don't know what to do with this stuff. They're hardcore, nuts and bolt hypothesis researchers that feel that UFOs are hardware from another solar system. And so a lot of this information just gets tossed out as frivolous or something that has nothing to do with the subject. And I decided that it was time to look at this and publish something on it. Paraphysical basically means something that can behave as if it had mass and weight on one end of the spectrum, but on the other end of the spectrum doesn't seem to have either. For example, you have UFOs that can take right-angle turns with no curve radius. You have UFOs appear visually on radar at point A and then suddenly sort of disappear and reappear at point B with no flight path between the somewhere, then come back from somewhere, from another dimension or whatever. Then you have UFOs that land, and they exhibit mass and weight. You have tripod marks, quadruped marks. Penetrometers indicate that there were tons sitting on those struts or whatever made the marks. So you have a paradox here. You have something that behaves as if it had mass and weight at some times, and other times it appears that it's weightless. The falling leaf motion, for example, is almost like something that is almost lighter than air, wobbling and hovering on its axis, bobbing on the air like a cork bobbing on the water. But there are a lot of other things that are curious about the UFO. You have not only them appearing and disappearing visually and on radar, you have their entities, like in the Andreasen case, pass through solid structures with ease, through walls, through doors. You have them, the entities appear as a ball of light and then become an entity and then disappear within a ball of light. And these are reports now. I'm saying if you take these things at face value.
Again, in and out, do you lean toward the other dimension theory?
What I'm doing is investigating that and saying that there's a lot of evidence for this. I know Dr. Hynek and Dr. Valet were coming to this conclusion, and I thought that, where are these people going? Because they were sort of my idols, and I felt that this was nonsense. But entities communicate with mental telepathy. They create, and this is interesting, they seem to create and conduct abductions, not physical abductions, but you have these abductees for example, taken from a car or bed or a field and see their bodies left behind. And they undergo the same type of abduction experience as someone who has a physical abduction experience. And even more strange is the fact that after being abducted and physically examined in this state of being, they come back to their bodies and you have the same scars. And you explain that. And then you have people who have had close encounters like that. There are other types of phenomena that start up that they've never had experience with before. Poltergeist phenomena, OBEs, electrical sensitivity, seeing apparitions and so forth. It almost seems there's a meta-phenomena out there, and that UFOs are part of it, just as OBEs and NDEs and all of this extrasensory phenomena, paranormal phenomena that are exhibited in throughout the world. So you have these paraphysical attributes of both UFOs and their entities that I think demand attention. If you are studying something, that you don't leave out something because you don't like it or doesn't fit your hypothesis. And I decided to look at the paraphysical attributes of UFOs and entities, and in doing so, I saw that there were some tremendous similarities between the close encounter of the fourth kind of abduction experience, especially the OBEs, abduction experiences, and the near-death experience.
All right. That's exactly where we're going to pause right now, Ray. My guest is Ray Fowler, and that's exactly where we're going to pick up. Remarkable similarities, he said, between close encounters of the fourth kind and near-death experiences. That should be very interesting. As is most of what we do on Dreamland, I'm Art Bell from the high desert. There'll be more in a moment. Stay right there. Good evening, everybody. I'm Art Bell. This is Dreamland. I'm not playing the phone number bumper because we're not taking calls right now. Due to the nature of this evening's show and the 3 separate hours that will yet all tie together, we're not, in all probability, until the last hour, I doubt we're going to take calls. You've heard me talk about to Raymond E. Fowler, and very long time, as many of you know, NDEs, or near-death experiences, have been of great fascination for me. And I am very curious, Ray, what similarities you see between NDEs, and boy, there have been books and thousands of cases, even children, explaining to us what happens when you die. What similarities are there between these NDEs and these close encounters of the fourth kind?
Well, there are some close encounters of the fourth kind, which we call OBE abductions. In other words, abductions taking a person in the out-of-the-body state that are strikingly similar to the near-death experience. Both, for example, are in an OBE state. Both reportedly travel toward a bright light and are greeted by a loving being. And during their experience with this loving being, they experience a oneness with reality. And both sometimes are transformed into light themselves and experience communication by telepathy. Both are sometimes taken to a spacecraft and brought to a world of light called home. And both are very reluctant to leave the world of light when they're there and experience the sense of timelessness. And both return knowing that love is fundamental and very important. Both return with a concern for Earth's ecological state and seem to indicate that there's a symbiotic effect upon the entities, whether they be the UFO entities or the entities that are met at the end of the dark tunnel and the bright light. So you have all these similarities, and that's from UFO research. Dr. Kenneth Ring reports that he has a number of cases on file that he calls mixed motifs. And these cases involve persons who experience what seems to be a UFO abduction during a near-death experience, just what I found on the other end of the spectrum, and they report being on board the same type craft, with the same type entities reported by abductees.
Huh.
And so it's like he has this mountain of research that he's working with on NDEs, and I'm on the other end of the mountain, and we're sort of tunneling through there, and all of a sudden we bump into each other in the middle of this mountain of NDE and UFO research, and I find it very startling myself when I found these similarities. And
well, you said they were concerned about our ecology, and you said there was a symbiotic relationship, and we're always looking for motive with regard to UFOs and abduction experiences. Motive is very important. Cattle mutilations, all the rest of it, whatever's going on. Could it be, Ray, that our fate, or more appropriately, their fate, is in effect tied to ours, and so they have a natural concern?
Well, what seems to be going on, and this is so far out that I hardly even dare talk about it, but if you take everything at face value, and we haven't got that much time to go into detail,
right?
It would almost seem that those abduction experiences involving physical examinations and things like that may not be specifically genetic engineering at all. It almost looks like we are being bred like we would breed a herd of cattle. In other words, people being tested, examined, and so forth, but something else that's coming. In a nutshell, I would make an analogy like this, that we have a dragonfly larvae, for example, that lives in a water dimension. And later on it transforms into a dragonfly that lives in a totally different air dimension. And I hypothesize, and this is just a summary statement, that perhaps the dragonflies are the entities, and they're returning to care for and warn the larvae, us humans, that they are polluting the pond, the earth, so badly that the larvae's existence is in danger. No more larvae, no more dragonflies. And this would explain the abduction NDE similarities, the entity's great concern about Earth's ecology and its attempts to monitor and preserve the human form for the next plane of existence. In other words,
that's very good.
We are they. And
they are us.
They are us. And no more us, no more them.
All right. Well, that does say it. Let's work with that for a second. And then how does that mix in with people's religious concepts? Or in your research, do you try to separate as carefully as you can religion from research? Or is it...
I try to be religion neutral in my research. I only get involved with it with Betty because she interprets her experiences, within a religious context. But they told Betty that human beings, let's just go through a few things they told Betty. They told Betty that human beings were more than flesh and blood. They told her husband, Bob, that the human form would continue in another existence after death, and they indicated that humans will someday know the universe as they do, and these entities and the UFOs appear to enter our space-time from a dimension that may even coexist with ours. For example, when someone has an out-of-the-body experience, they are here, but no one sees them. They can't interface with what they see, and people who are left behind in what you might call a physical world can't see them either. So that's the only other dimension that humans routinely experience is during an OBE or an NDE, which even goes further. So this dimension may be where the UFOs and entities originate, and this would explain the similarities between humanoids seen in both NDEs and UFO abductions. Scientists say that the humanoid form is unique to Earth. And if that's true, this is another indication that we're related to some of these humanoid Nordics that look almost just like us. In fact, Betty was told that the small grays were genetically altered human fetuses. So UFO entities assume other humanoid forms that appear to be... in fact, I don't think most people are going to believe what I even said. This whole hypothesis is based on a what-if situation, but all you have to look at and read in the newspapers, the TV, you see the countless rivers and streams of ponds are dead and slowly dying.
Oh, yes.
You have acid rain, you have dioxin, producing changes in reproductive and immune systems of animals. They told Betty that eventually mankind was going to become sterile. So you have all of these different things that are going on. The sperm count of men, for example, has fallen dramatically over the past 50 years, according to a number of studies.
Ray, there was an article in the New Yorker magazine last month that said sperm counts are falling so precipitously that it is possible they could go to zero within one generation.
Yeah, and you've got global warming reducing the amount of plankton, for example. Plankton is at the lower end of the food chain for all living things. You've got radiation from ozone layer disruption. You can go on and on and on and on. You would think we wouldn't have to be told, but if there is a symbiotic connection between them and us, and there is some prime directive which we have, and NASA has, if we were to meet other life forms, if they have some prime directive where they only can do this or that.
That's a good point.
I don't know. As a UFO investigator, I'm a reporter, and I report, this is the first book that I've really speculated anything like this, and I never thought I would get to the point where I'd even consider something like this, but it's starting to all fit together. And again, I insist in the book, and if I talk to people, it's based on a what-if premise. If OBEs, NDEs, and OBE abductions are real, valid experiences, and the reports coming from abductees are real, then this is what you come up with. It's not what I wanted to come up with,
sure.
but this is what I come up with.
How have your colleagues greeted your latest effort?
They've been very silent. The people who are involved in NDE research, I think, are pleased. Dr. Kenneth Ring, for example, is very pleased, and he's sort of the father of NDE research, the Dr. Hynek of NDE research.
Sure.
And interestingly enough, John Carpenter, who's the head of our abduction research, our consultant in MUFON, wrote a nice blurb for the book. So I am getting some interesting and positive response for some UFO researchers, but some are completely silent. I think they're sort of stunned. They're saying, where is Fowler going? Along with Dr. Hynek and Pillay, you see.
Well, maybe that's bringing this Nova kind of business at us now. The fact that so many of you are following trails, bravely I might add, that lead into writing books like this that are risky.
Yeah, well, just the abduction experience, the physical abduction experience, it will probably be the only thing that's really dealt with on the NOVA program. They probably wouldn't even consider dealing with the paraphysical side of UFOs. The American Association for the Advancement of Science at one time allowed parapsychology in as a science, and that only lasted a few years, and they now have dismissed that as a science. So, unfortunately, we've been programmed from childhood by conservative, the scientific method, I guess, and religion and philosophy and so forth is regarding what can and what can't be, and it's just like a transponder on aircraft. If an airplane doesn't have a transponder, you know, the control tower operators and the radar operators just don't bother with it. And
it's true.
And we're sort of programmed that way, you know. If someone says they had an out-of-the-body experience to another person, that person will say, well, those things can't happen. And so you have all these people having these experiences, but they keep quiet about it because they aren't supposed to happen.
You describe in your book death, the experience of death as the ultimate abduction. What does that mean? The ultimate.
Well, that would mean that death, in other words, would be the same as an OBE abduction, but you would stay where instead of being sent back. I mean, it'd be the same thing as an NDE, but it would be the final abduction. If this is true, if the human form is growing what comes out of us when we have an out-of-the-body experience, for example, if the human form produces a humanoid form that exists in another dimension, then that essence, or whatever you want to call it, is taken in the OBE abduction, but it's very similar to what happens in the near-death experience. Now, these people are sent back. We don't know what happens, the people that don't come back, but the similarities are so striking between them. It would seem that there is a definite connection, between them, and that at death, it would be similar to an OBE abduction, going through the same type of thing as an NDE, but you don't come back. Unless I say it'll be the ultimate abduction.
Mm-hmm. There are very many similarities, and what have you concluded, if anything, about the nature of death itself? Do you remember the movie Flatliners?
Yeah, I started to watch it one night on TV, and I got interrupted and never saw the end of it.
Well,
it was interesting.
The concept was interesting. You know, the story got a little wild, as they tend to do with the license they have. But it was very, very interesting in a bunch of young doctors taking each other, with agreement, to death's door, physical death. And then, of course, having all the facilities and the other doctors there to revive them to find out exactly what is on the other side. Has anybody actually ever, that you know of, Ray, experimented with that kind of thing?
Not that I know of. It's never been made public if they did. What is interesting in some of these abduction experiences is that these people are trained. They're trained on consoles and things like that. And you say, well, what are these people being trained for? They certainly aren't being trained for something now. And then you have a number of cases where the entities actually know when humans going to die. I mean, they told Betty, for example, her 2 sons were going to die. And, a few days later they did. And I remember her coming to my house feeling very, very depressed because something was on her mind and her subconscious, and she didn't know what it was, but something terrible was going to happen. And I can remember, I even recorded this. She was crying and said that something terrible was going to happen. And we've been working with her during the investigation, and I tried to calm her down and said, well, it's just this investigation. I think it's just getting to you. And then she called me up about a day and a half later, and her 2 sons had died. Well, under hypnosis, she was told this, relived an experience where she was told this, and it was there, but she didn't remember. I have another report that where someone was told that someone was going to, several reports that where these entities during a UFO abduction experience were told that so-and-so was going to die or this person was going to die, and lo and behold, they did. So again, you had this connection with death, or either that or precognition. Mm-hmm. It's getting very, very strange, this whole thing, and this paraphysical side, the other side of UFO research, is not getting too much attention, and basically because it's so bizarre. I mean, just the abduction phenomenon is so bizarre that a lot of people don't want to deal with it. But when you get to this other side, which seems to be left out of the reports, it gets really bizarre. And it's very hard to articulate, myself to you and to your radio audience these things, because they seem to be so far, far out. I never thought I'd ever be talking like this. Okay,
Raymond, where from here? How does this line of investigation now proceed? If anything, it probably gets weirder. What method of continuing investigation do you see occurring?
Well, I'm hoping that people within UFO research know me and for some reason have some respect for me.
Oh, yes.
They're going to think, I've gone off the deep end, or they're going to say, hey, he's right. We should start documenting some of this other stuff and see where it leads us to. And this is science. You have your peers review your work and say, well, let's look at some of these reports and let's not ignore all of this stuff that's coming out, and let's see if what he says has any merit to it. What I'm hoping it will be is a catalyst for the nuts and bolts hardware enthusiasts out there to say, hey, we're just looking at one part of this. Let's look at the other side, too. Otherwise, we aren't looking at the whole phenomenon. It's like the blind men trying to describe an elephant. One describes the tail. You know what I mean?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it is. And
you're very much out on the edge.
The fringe.
Of the fringe. And as you say, your colleagues are at the moment silent. Do you think they are just absorbing what you have said, or afraid to comment on it, period?
I really don't know. I'm just glad that the director of abduction research from UFO on the board of directors with me put a nice blurb in my book, and it was complimentary, and I thought that was good because he was chosen for that position because of his prestige in that in the area of abduction research. So, and then you have on the other end of the spectrum the Dr. Hynek of NDE research approving the work too. So, but I've been in there so long, and I really don't care about reputation as long as I'm trying to do what I feel is honest and objective work, no matter where it leads. People can think what they think now. I'm 62, and who cares?
I know that's the nice thing about getting a little older, isn't it? I notice the older you get, I'm the same way. I'm almost to the point where I'm going to say what I want on the air, and to hell with it. So I'm glad you're there, and I look forward to following your work. And as you know, we're going to talk with Betty Luca next.
Right, and give her my regards. And next year we'll have the Andreessen Legacy, which will try to put more of this together.
Wonderful. I really appreciate your having come on the show. I know how busy you are. Raymond Fowler, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack.
Take care. That's Raymond Fowler, author of many, many, many books, the latest of which is The Watchers 2, written all about Betty Andreessen Luca. And guess who's next? That's right. Betty Andreessen Luca, coming up next right here on Dreamland. One of the most famous abduction cases in all history. We'll be back. Good evening across the country, now 171 affiliates strong. This is Dreamland. I'm Art Bell. And I'm sure the rest of you felt as this faxer does about Raymond Fowler. Simply, Art, here's one ufologist who is with Ray Fowler. I always appreciate his willingness to move forward, and he certainly has done that. A number of books now, the latest, Watchers 2, all about the Betty Andreessen Luca affair. And we are privileged to have with us in a moment Betty Andreessen Luca and her husband Bob, and he'll corroborate some of what she has to say. All coming up in just a moment. 2, 3. Now, off we go to speak with, I hope we're connected well, Betty Andreessen Luca and her husband Bob. Are you two there?
Yes, we are, Art. Hello to you, and hello to all your listeners.
I know Raymond Fowler was in Boston. Where are you?
We're in Virginia right now.
In Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, you certainly are the subject of many, many, many pages and books now by Ray Fowler. And so I guess we would ask you to first describe, as best you can, your own words, the latter experience, the big experience that you consciously remember without the aid of hypnosis.
Well, the very first conscious memory I had was of the 1967 encounter, and I was at home with my 7 children. My mother and father were there with me, and suddenly the lights went out, and there was a reddish-orange pulsating light in the backyard. It was coming through the pantry window. And as I said, there was silence, and beings entered my home. And from there, we went into the living room, and there was an exchange of books. That was my first conscious recall of a UFO encounter.
Was that fully conscious? In other words, you weren't saying, I've got to pinch myself, am I dreaming, am I asleep?
No, that was fully conscious.
Fully conscious.
Mm-hmm.
Such an encounter would... well, of course, you never know until it happens, I suppose, but I would think I would be stiffened with fear.
Well, my faith helped me there. Without my faith, I think that I probably would have passed out, but it seemed to be angels entering my home.
Mm-hmm. You are a devout Christian?
Yes.
Are you still a devout Christian?
Yes, I am.
What do you think these beings represented?
Well, for me, I believe that they represent more in our spiritual realm, even though they are in the physical also. Man is made of body, soul, and spirit, and we deal primarily with our physical being and once in a while with our emotional and soul part of our being. But our spiritual part, we somehow have eliminated, and this is the whole person, body, soul, and spirit. And I believe now we are coming to a point where the spirit, our spirit, is going to have to open up and recognize who we really are. And these beings are coming to the forefront for us to realize who we really are.
Dr. Fowler, Raymond Fowler said that he thinks they're trying to get us a message with regard to the way we're treating Earth.
Most definitely, yes.
Most definitely.
Yes.
I will ask you what I asked him. Why, if that is the case, if there is a symbiotic relationship between wherever they are, another dimension or space or planet or whatever, and here, and that relationship is a critical one for them, as if we foul where we are, in some way they are fouled, then why take such a circumnavigating route to try and get the message to us through Betty, through anybody else? Why not land on the White House lawn and simply let the message out?
Well, I don't think that they deal in I think they want man to still have his free will and choice. And this is why I believe they are visiting the thousands of people all over the world. And as far as landing on the White House lawn, I don't think they're interested in just the political scene.
All right. Your husband, Bob, is here, and I've left him out so far. Bob, how long have you two been married?
Since 1978.
78.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about all of this that has happened? I mean, you've been with Betty now all this time, a very famous abduction case, and I'm sure you've talked to her for many, many hours and long moments and short moments about all of this. What have you concluded?
Well, originally I had several of my own abduction experiences before I met her, and I am basically a nuts and bolts type person.
Mm-hmm.
I had to admit to the physical reality of the phenomena when I saw and experienced what I did in 1967 also before I met her. I had a lot of trouble in accepting the spiritual aspect of the phenomena because I basically, my mind said it was very hard for me to understand.
Are you a religious person?
I am now a Christian, yes. However, at the time I met Betty, I had no particular religion and hadn't had for probably 25 years.
Well, you know, it's funny, this is for either one or both of you, but Christians who listen to the kind of show that I'm doing right now and the kind of thing that you're saying right now become greatly offended, generally become greatly offended, and they say these people are being fooled, these beings, or whatever it is they call them, are certainly not from God. They are, if anything, from the devil. Mm-hmm. You're tampering with forces and things that you know not.
Mm-hmm.
How do you two react to that?
Well, I mean, you know, each person can make up their own mind, and I realize that the many of the Christian people have a view that they are demonic. However, if they really studied the Word of God, they would see that also the good is visiting us. I mean, the angelic beings are still speaking to mankind. It did not end at the New Testament.
So what we're getting now, then, is a continuation of instruction from the New Testament?
I think that God continues to speak to us. Of course, the Christian view, where Jesus finished all things, I believe this. Yes, he has finished all things. But it does not mean that the spiritual and physical has ended, where we do not have communication with the angelic host.
What can you describe for us, Betty, as best you're able to, what these creatures looked like?
Well, the tall elders are have white hair, very pale skin, pale blue eyes, high cheekbones, and they were in white robes, did not have any shoes on at all. Mm-hmm. And the smaller ones, which they said were watchers, were about 3 to 5 feet tall, had very large heads, gray skin, and had very large black eyes. I was later told by the elders that these gray watchers were their remote imaging surrogates, and they were connected to them through bioelectric mind projection.
So, in other words, these are a combination of biological, they're beings and machines.
They're right. They're spiritual and physical. And I think that the grays are being used by the elders, perhaps because of the pollution on Earth or the ultraviolet light. I think that they are using them to do the particular work of watching the Earth and mankind, because the watchers did say that they were caretakers of nature and all natural forms.
Did you see the Roswell crash film, Betty?
Yes, I did.
Did you see any creature that looked like that?
Well, it was similar, but the beings that I have been involved with were slightly different. They were not as thin and willowy as those. They were more, I'd say more like a child, but a robust child.
In what manner did they communicate to you?
That was through mental telepathy, through the mind.
So,
but the elders spoke directly to me.
As in out loud?
Pardon?
As in out loud?
Yes, yes.
Was there any specific message that they wanted you to bring back? I understand there were some experiments performed on you, medical experiments?
Mm-hmm. The watchers said that man would become sterile, and with the population explosion, you wonder, well, how could that possibly be? But there has been a lot of information collected by the medical field that is showing that.
I know.
You know, yes.
There's a New Yorker magazine article, as I told Raymond, suggesting that the sperm count in man is dropping worldwide at a pace that, should it keep up, will go to zero within one generation.
Mm-hmm. And we see all the problems with the different viruses that is just running rampant and so forth. So, I mean, there is so much that is involved here. Also, the chemicals that have been used on our produce and everything, the ground is saturated by it, and that can be picked up in the DNA of people from all over the world. It shows that what happens is the chemicals break down to estrogen, and it's causing a problem in possibly sterility in certain people.
Or perhaps in many people.
Mm-hmm.
That then may account for the... I'm always looking at motivation. Everybody tries to figure out what it is they're doing. Perhaps these experiments are designed to simply monitor the degree of deterioration in us. Could that be?
Yes, that's quite possible. The biopsies that are often, like scars, often seen on abductees,
mm-hmm.
It may be that they are checking what is going on in our system due to pollution and nuclear waste being emptied in the water or air.
Did you ever, during this whole process, doubt your own sanity?
Yes, very often, Art, because it was so fantastic what I was going through. And in the very beginning, I was very fearful of it. And one of the investigators came to me and said, I wanted to stop because it seemed like science fiction. And he pleaded with me not to stop because he wasn't supposed to say anything, but much of what I was experiencing was happening to people worldwide, and I had no knowledge of the UFO phenomena at the time.
Well, being a devout Christian, I would have guessed that you would have run to your church. Did you do that?
I ran to the Bible, and of course, I had been reading and studying the Bible for many years, and then when I realized that I was having these encounters, I asked Jesus, what is this? Why am I going through this? What is happening? And I began to look into a lot of the prophetic books, and could see that the Ezekiel's wheel was quite possibly the dealing with the UFO phenomena, and many other parts in the Bible show that it is UFO connected.
Well, again, I take it you were and probably are now church going?
Well, at this point, we have just moved from Connecticut to Virginia, and there is a church we are looking into going to.
Well, what I'm curious about is how other Christians, your friends, your associates, so forth, reacted to your story, which is now world famous, and so everybody knows it.
Well, most of the people that we've come in contact with, Christians, they've been very nice. I have hundreds of letters from other Christians that write to me and tell me about their experiences, but they dare not speak them out loud in the church or even sometimes to the minister.
That's interesting. Did the elder group that spoke with you tell you what was going to happen, or just what was going to happen if we didn't straighten out, or how much information did you actually get from them?
Well, the elders told me that they were masters of rings, cycles, and orbs, and that they were ambassadors of O. Now, this is hard to explain. I really couldn't understand everything that they were telling me. However, at one point of an experience that both Bob and I had, and this was in Meriden, Connecticut, we had a small cottage. At one point, we recalled a whirring sound over our bedroom, and it seemed as if Bob did a doppelganger. In other words, he was in two places at one time. And he was at the bed and taking off his socks. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth, and suddenly when the whirring started, I turned around to look at him, and as I did, he came out of himself. He was in two places at one time, rushed to the door, stood there, and looked astonished, turned around, and went back into himself. And we discussed it just a short period of time and then let it go. Well, it was years later under regressive hypnosis. We thought that was it. And years later under hypnosis, we realized, more information came out, that we were taken out of our bedroom and up into a craft. And at that point, a very unusual thing happened where I turned into a light being and there were other light beings there. And at that point, Bob was taken on another side of the craft and I could see him. There were two elders standing side by side on both sides of him. And they took him into another room. And this time when we went under regressive hypnosis, Bob recalled certain information, and there were messages in that he might be able to tell you.
Bob, did you recollect it roughly the way she has just explained it?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I just thought it was a very strange incident until undergoing regressive hypnosis. But the thing is, this was the particular incident that made me open my eyes to the spiritual aspect of the whole phenomena, because I did see Betty change into where the color just drained out of her, and she became what I call a light being, in other words, the form of a human being, but having no distinct features. You could see almost through her as the others that were on the other side of the craft with her.
All right, Bob and Betty, hold it right there. We'll be back to you both after the break here at the bottom of the hour. Betty and Luca and her husband Bob back in a moment from the high desert. You're listening to Dreamland. I'm Art Bell. Occurred during my program last week. I've got another one for you now. Not quite as big, but certainly a strange place. A 6.4 earthquake has just occurred in a remote region of the mid-Atlantic Ocean. The quake centered about 500 miles northwest of Ascension Island along the mid-Atlantic Ocean ridge. That's absolutely incredible, and it is a place there ought not be an earthquake, but they just had it. And they show it roughly between the the jutting edge of South America and Africa. It is a remarkable place for an earthquake to have occurred. And by the way, the follow-up information on the 8.2 is that there were many people killed. Dozens of people were killed. And an island was just about flattened. And the regular media began to finally catch up with that story about a day late and millions of dollars short. Betty and Bob back in a moment. For the past several months, everybody at... Oh, by the way, check them out on the Internet at www.maxinet.com/UFO News. Hope you got that address. They're hard to get. All right, back now to Betty and Bob Luca, and hi to you both again.
Hello.
And Bob, I think you were saying you saw your wife turn into pure light.
Right, and I'm gonna run through this rather quickly. What happened was she was on the opposite side of the craft, and she had joined a group of people with these light beams. And it looked to me like they were playing a game, throwing back geometrical form, rolling up into a ball of light, so forth. The next thing I knew, a door had opened behind me, and there were two tall beings that took me into a room and began to impart information to me. First off, I was told that the people on the other side were going through a learning process to advance their knowledge on another plane, that I was not there because I was not advanced enough spiritually, and I'll fully agree to that, that it was a privilege for me even to be there. Now, from this point, I was given information regarding the spirit. I was told, and again, this is a very brief version, that the spirit transcends time and dimensions. The ultimate goal is to come closer and closer to the Creator. That our life experience is recorded from birth to death, including our deepest feelings and emotions, as well as our physical activity. That illness, sorrow, and distress actually serve a purpose in the larger order of things that is not readily apparent to those of us on this plane of existence. And that evil, and this was a surprise, that evil, although the negative aspect on the earthly plane, is necessary and again serves a purpose. Now, this might be oversimplifying it, but basically we're all given a free will by the Creator. And all of us have the ability to do good or evil. It's our choice. Now, here's another thing that I was told that mankind are advancing rapidly as far as technology, but are developing far behind spiritually. And they said that we are developing things that are harmful to ourselves, as well as our home planet.
Right.
And one thing that comes to mind, I'm sure many of your listeners are familiar with, is Project HARP.
I did. As a matter of fact, the show I did Friday night, Saturday morning was with Dr. Nick Begich, and we spent 5 hours on Project HARP. So, yes. Okay,
I have one question regarding Project HARP. Now, they're playing with the ionosphere, and if they are wrong, if they misjudge and destroy the ionosphere, that can adversely affect every human being on Earth. And my question is, what gives them, or any government, the right to even think of experimenting with this?
I have no idea. We spent a lot of time on that exact question Saturday morning, and I have absolutely no idea. It's not just there either. We're experimenting genetically.
Right.
For example, there was in San Francisco recently, announced after the fact, a young man with AIDS was given a baboon's immune system, or they tried to anyway. And I have great compassion for those with AIDS, but I would have liked, it's kind of like they gave us a story and they said, well, here's what we've done. Yes, there may be repercussions for mankind should a disease be transferred, but we think the risk is minimal. Well, I wish somebody had asked me before they did it.
Exactly.
In the long run, we all pay for it one way or another.
Well, that's right. And there's another concern I've got. There's something going on in this world now, summing it briefly, that I call the quickening. And you heard the earthquake report I just read.
Right, yes.
And the big earthquake in Indonesia, the big one north of Japan before that. Something is arguably going on.
Well, I think it is something to do also with the HARP project, even though they say no, it isn't. I think that the extremely low frequencies they're sending out are getting into the electromagnetic sphere that surrounds our Earth, and already a portion of the Antarctica has broken away some time ago.
Yes.
So, and I think it's the scale of waves caused by by this probably entering the magnetic poles and going down into the core and causing a lot of the eruptions on the Earth.
Well, let me tell you, Dr. Begich said that he has got a document which says that NASA was able to detect a symbiotic relationship during the large Alaskan earthquake in the ionosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you think that one over a little bit, and then you begin considering shooting a hole in or heating up the ionosphere, I don't know if it sounds like such a good idea.
Right.
No, it causes a lot of strange storms and also a lot of electrical storms where people are seeing bright lights and so forth. I think this is being caused not by the UFO phenomena, but because of the HARP project.
And also, they mentioned that with Project HARP, they could use it to bounce X-rays off the ionosphere into the Earth to see if enemy countries are hiding below the surface of the Earth.
That's right.
Nuclear weapons and so forth. So my question again is, what happens to the people that happen to be standing between the surface of the Earth and the ionosphere?
That's exactly the question I asked Saturday morning. In other words, to get into the Earth, it's got to pass through us.
Right. And we resonate at 8 hertz, and these extremely low frequencies can cause even death. Can cause cancer, can cause the mind to, go haywire.
Be
so,
confused,
I mean,
yes.
it really is extremely dangerous.
Well, you would think that as we get closer to Project HARP cranking up the really big power, or other conditions worsen, the incidence of warnings or messages from those people that talk to you would increase. In other words, they would become increasingly concerned as we keep going in the wrong direction.
That's right.
I think that has been happening by the number of new people that you see entering the phenomena that are finally coming forth and telling their stories that are well documented by credible people. I think you are seeing more and more of that.
Do people tend to come to you with their stories?
Yes, they do, because they can't talk to anyone else. And I have thousands of letters. So does Ray Fowler have boxes and boxes of letters from people all over the world describing their encounters and experiences which they cannot talk to their family or their clergy or anyone. They feel as if they'd be ridiculed. And because we have experienced these things, they have written to us and told us about them. At least it gets that off their chest.
And many of these people are highly credible. They can be doctors, psychiatrists, military. I've spoken personally to people from every branch of the military, Air Force, Marines, Army, that have had experiences and so forth, and they can't really put their name to a statement because, for obvious reasons, there goes pension, jail, whatever.
Sure. Oh, no, it ruins reputations, and if you've got a position, if you're a pilot, for example, you dare not report a UFO.
That's right.
Pilots just don't do that. Even sometimes with everybody in the cockpit having seen it, and they still will not report it, and I cannot say I blame them. Now, Raymond Fowler is doing a lot of research that is beginning to go down a kind of a different avenue that melds together the physical abduction experience with NDEs, or near-death experiences, with many similarities. Would you agree with that? Do you think he's on the right track?
Yes, I do. I think that, again, it is the spiritual part of our being, and every one of us are going to face that at the time of our demise.
Apparently some of us prior to as well.
That's right. That's right. And I think that being brought back is allowing people to see that there is life after death.
Do you have any guesses about its form?
Pardon?
Do you have any guesses or information about its form? That, in other words, after death, do you think that we will meet with the elders? Do you think we will see these people, or do you think it will be an entirely, perhaps the soul just taking a different road?
Well, I think that positively there will be light, and I believe that Christ will be there for us.
Do you think that Christ and God preside over worlds of beings?
Most definitely. And I believe that Christ is within every person that is born. The Lord says in the Word of God that the light is within each person that is born on earth. So I believe that each one of us have the Christ presence. However, it's what we choose that either allows the Lord to live within us or die.
What sort of challenge did you go through mentally, Betty, trying to fit all this together, your devout Christianity, with this experience that would seem for many to conflict with it?
I had a very difficult time at first, especially because of family and friends, they being Christian also. But it was happening to me. I had to face it, and as I said, it was difficult. And I, of course, went to the Word of God and looked upon Jesus' words that he said, greater things shalt thou do than I have done. And it's hard to imagine how we could have greater things happening to us than that, what our Lord has gone through. Also, a lot of the Christians feeling that this phenomena is demonistic. They must realize the opposite side is still there, which is the angelic host.
Sure.
And both are at work for their master.
Without some change in direction, do you have any idea how long it will be before some catastrophic event sort of does a reset, the way you do when you push a reset button on your computer?
Well, a lot of people are feeling the year 2000, but I don't feel that. I feel that we will go through a lot of troublous times and a lot of terrible things with wars, of course, like the Word of God has said, wars and rumors of wars and upheavals and weather conditions and so forth, all before it happens. But I don't feel as if any person can name the day or hour that it will finally be finished.
Well, we certainly have been having strange weather. You moved from Connecticut to Virginia, and
Yes.
I'm sure Virginia this year probably feels like Connecticut.
It does this year.
I think we took it with us.
Exactly.
We need to go further south or west.
Well, you'd have to go a ways because they had freeze well down into Florida.
Yeah.
Yep.
And my mom lives on out at the end of Long Island, and they have never seen a winter like this.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right.
So, has it begun?
Well, I think that it has been all the troubles that have been happening all over the world. It already has begun, yes, these last times and troublous times, but I don't feel as if the end is going to happen like many people have been predicting in the year 2000 because our calendars are just not that accurate.
All right. One of you, I think it was you, Bob, said something earlier about there being a reason for humans to suffer.
Right.
Now, there are many people with very debilitating, painful diseases that are terminal.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had discussions with people close to me that I love, not because I have a terminal disease, just as an academic discussion.
Yeah.
And I've said, if I had a terrible, terrible terminal disease, why, I just might take the easy way out.
Mm-hmm.
And this person who will go unnamed said, oh, no, you're meant to go through that. You must.
That's right.
You must go through that.
That's exactly correct.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Okay, it's like, how can I put it? In other words, as I said, everything is recorded. And as far as pain, sorrow, and distress, if you're looking at it from the earthly viewpoint, from our viewpoint,
Right.
this is, my God, this is terrible.
Right.
If you're looking at it from the big, I hate to use the term, but the big picture, okay?
That's fine.
What it is a testing of the spirit, of the will, and this will advance you in the next plane. Although it's hard to look at here when you're hurting real bad,
And not only that, it is all the people and family involved with the individual that might be going through a terrible time. It might be those people, it's their time to pray for them or look after them. It may not only be the person that is suffering, but those around them that have lessons to learn from this. Mm-hmm. And love especially. Love is the greatest of all. And what is so sad today, there are so many children and adult children that have their parents in rest homes where really they should take that responsibility themselves.
Well, one of the things I think with our whole society in particular is people over the years have forgotten how things have gotten too easy, and people have forgotten how to be responsible for themselves and their actions. And this, in the long run, is very important.
On balance, as you two look at humankind's progression or deterioration, depending on how you look at it, mm-hmm. Are we beginning to correct the path we're on, or do you think, and I've used this metaphor so many times, that like the airplane that's halfway across the Atlantic, it goes past the point of no return? Do you think the little red light in the cockpit that says point of no return has already come on?
Well, my wife and I think, differ on this. Mankind as a whole, I don't think that we're going to make it. I think that small numbers will, but I really don't. As mankind as a whole, no. I think that we're too greedy.
So the little red light's on.
Mm-hmm.
And Betty, I take it you're half full glass on that.
Well, I feel that there will be many that will show that love, that will find the truth and the light and the Lord, and will help so many different people. And in the UFO phenomenon, there are many people that are feeling because the reason for their abduction or encounter is because in the latter days that they will come together and they will be able to help others. I believe also that, like Bob said, the greed is there, and this is why a lot of governments all over the world, they're interested in the military, power. It's such a power struggle, and this is half of our problem.
And yet, at the individual single level, how does Betty or how does Bob affect what the governments do? It seems impossible. And I hate to agree with Bob, and I hate to be negative, but I think that it's gone too far, and I think whatever's going to come next, I'm not saying it's the end of the world, but whatever's going to come next is going to come.
Well, there's going to be changes, that's for certain. But there are also people, now a lot of people feel, the breakdown of the government and everything, but this would be a terrible thing because there are some good people in government. It's just that the general populace has got to get more involved, and I know a lot of people feel as if, well, what's the use of voting? We can't do anything about it because a lot of them already have their men in place and everything for what they want to do with the one-worlders and so forth. But we can't give up like that. Well, we have to fight for the truth.
That's a wonderful, cheerful point in which to end it. Even though Bob and I basically agree. I want to thank you both for being with us.
Thank you very much for having us.
Okay, take care.
Okay, you too. God bless you.
Bye-bye now.
And you as well. That's Betty and Luca and her husband Bob. And I would guess that would be one of the most famous abduction stories documented. It's in Raymond Fowler's books, culminating in The Watchers 2, available now. Bookstands everywhere. So there you've got it, ladies and gentlemen. There's the story laid out in front of you by Raymond Fowler and the abductee herself. We'll be back with more. This is Dreamland. Now, all the way back to Philadelphia. Everybody's on the East Coast tonight. It's Linda Moulton Howe, Emmy Award-winning reporter, I guess. Linda, how should I introduce you? I always lose track. Emmy winning, I know you've done documentaries, right?
Yeah, well, I've been a television producer for a long time, and one of the programs that I produced that a lot of people listening might know is UFO Report Sightings on Fox. It became the sighting series.
Sure.
And prior to that, my work had been in nonfiction documentaries focus largely on environmental problems and medicine and science, which is how I got into trying to find out what was happening to all of the animals worldwide in the unusual animal deaths called animal mutilations.
Mm-hmm. And that led you down a very strange path.
Yes, I never, ever would have thought that about 16 years into the future from my first investigation in Colorado of what was happening to the animals that I would be sitting here today looking at such an enormous and wide variety of subjects, which I'm willing to talk about any of it with you tonight that you'd like in this third hour. But I thought, since I normally am not in this third hour, that I would at least give this audience an update on some things that have been happening this past week and a story like I usually do at the top. And
all right. I just want to ask you one question. It relates to what Ray Fowler and Betty and Luca said.
Right.
It is that they feel that the reason or the motivation for the abductions and possibly the mutilations and the seemingly genetic experimentation that's going on, I mean, we're always looking for motivation here and why.
Right.
Is that the Earth is slowly deteriorating. That these beings, whoever they are from another dimension as opposed to another planet, physical planet. They're from another dimension, and that our fate and our Earth, now in great trouble, is symbiotically related to theirs. And certainly if that's true, it would go to the motivation for all the medical experiments, for trying to understand what's going on with the animals and the human beings that are now on Earth and what we are doing to ourselves.
Right. In my first book, An Alien Harvest, I suggested, based on abduction cases that involved animal mutilations and humans being taken someplace anyway by beings that were trying to explain what they were doing, that it appeared to be coming down to a survival issue. And since then, there have been many more cases implying that that is what the crux of the problem is, someone's survival out there. And there is a new book out called Cosmic Voyage by Courtney Brown. He is a professor of political science at Emory University in Atlanta. And it is a remarkable book. Somewhere in the future, you and I want some combination, or we should interview him.
All right.
But his book is based on using the discipline of remote viewing. And the text basically is a discovery that who is involved with our planet are time travelers from the future who have a major survival problem.
Yes.
And that this genetic harvesting now is for their present, which would be a distant future, and that we're all somehow all tied together. And I find this especially interesting. People can argue all they want to about remote viewing. The fact is that something extraordinary is happening on the planet.
Yes.
Things are interacting with humans and plants and animals. And in even military encounters where I have transcripts of interviews, even if they have not been made public, this issue of something coming from another time, which could be also called another dimension, is one of the prevalent themes. And I think that probably our government, as they have begun to discover some of this over time, probably felt that the term UFO and extraterrestrials was far more comprehensible to the world than travelers from a distant future.
Sure.
And that may be another part of the story that they haven't wanted anyone to discuss. But, you know, we are all discussing it, and we are getting to the end of this century, and I think that people are ready to hear this.
Well, we all know that the government has, in fact, an ongoing, program with remote viewing. Now, they may have their own specific national security reasons for it, or maybe they have made discoveries that they have not even hinted at yet in this whole program.
Yeah, and it's like so many things that our government does. I really am not in a mode to attack them because in some ways I have great sympathy for people who have been writing this very difficult story and have felt that at least keep people in the public innocent of all of this so that there would not be panic. I mean, that's been the most common explanation. But it's getting to a point where their reasons for doing what they do, for example, like putting out, perhaps, to muddy the waters around remote viewing, that Central Intelligence Agency report that it was only 15% effective a few months ago, that may be a way of diffusing public attention to remote viewing when, in fact, remote viewing may be a tool that our government uses on a regular basis. They just don't want people to realize how important and powerful a tool it is.
Remarkable. I know you've got a report. Does the length lend itself to doing it before the bottom of the hour?
Well, let's see here. 12:18. I'll tell you what I'll do.
No, let's do that.
I can give you some news updates, and then when we come back,
yes,
I will share with you a rather remarkable story.
All right. All right. That whatever you've got in terms of news, we can use.
Yep. And this past week, there were new reports of cattle mutilations again back in Geraldine and Albertville, Alabama, where there were several cases in 1993, and I went down to do the documentary Strange Harvest 1993. We were able to get grass and tissue samples from a cow and a calf just a few days ago, and in a couple of weeks I'll give an update about what we find. And last Thursday, while I was talking on the phone with photographer Eddie Conde from the El Vocero newspaper in Puerto Rico, he got a call about another attack in Canovanas, where I was in January.
Oh, boy.
A woman heard parakeets fluttering in a cage on her porch. Both birds were lying on the bottom of the cage alive, but each had its right leg cut off.
What?
Yeah, this is really bizarre, and it gets even stranger. Outside, 4 rabbits in a cage were dead. The male had 3 puncture holes on its chest in the formation of a triangle. The other 3 female rabbits had more random punctures. And then the part of the cage had been violently torn apart. According to Conde, who went to photograph the animals, none of the holes bled. These attacks do not make any sense. He and I talked about what would take a leg from each parakeet and leave the birds alive in the bottom of the cage, what would kill animals only to take biopsy punches of tissue over and over and over again. And then the question that everybody asks, and no one knows for certain, is there any connection between the animal deaths in Puerto Rico and UFOs? Well, photographer Eddie Conde told me that back in November, in a city called Vega Baja, northwest of San Juan, a 7-year-old girl was standing in the front yard of her house when she saw what she called a flying saucer, the sky. And then she said she saw a red light come out of it, and it struck her arm, causing pain. Conde interviewed the family and said the little girl still has bumps on her arm where she said the light hurt her skin. The next day, 14 of the family's chickens were all found dead with puncture wounds. Everyone in Puerto Rico is asking the same question that I and others have asked for a long time. Who or what is killing and mutilating animals on this planet, and why? And what is this chupacabras creature that some people have seen up close and personal, and it doesn't really fit much of anything as much as I've tried to match it up to primates that exist. Primate monkeys have tails, except for the chimps, but this doesn't seem to sound like him. It has wraparound eyes that one woman 8 feet away said look like solid, dark, gray jello, very liquidy and wet-looking, big wraparound eyes.
Great.
And that's not a chimp. And
Linda, have there been postmortems on these chickens, autopsies, looking into any chemical, anything induced or blood taken out, or what do we know?
Yes, I talked with Dr. Carlos Soto on Friday at great length. He has had several animals brought to his veterinarian clinic, and he said that 2 of the strangest were, one was a guinea hen, that when he laid it on its back, it had this three-pronged, triangular-shaped puncture wound, just like what they found on the big male rabbit Thursday.
Right.
And it was on the breast of the guinea hen. And this was interesting. When he opened up the bird in necropsy, he said, in the chest, separate from the three triangular punches, there were 4 holes that did not seem to correspond with any surface trauma where the bird's feathers or skin were. He couldn't find bruises or punctures, and he still doesn't know how these 4 holes were made. He also clarified that on the birds that he has examined, the puncture holes have gone right through the feathers, the skin, the muscle tissue, and in some cases even down deeper into bone. This was exactly the description in the Canary Islands off the coast of Africa back in the 70s.
Any chemical analysis or anything odd found there?
It cost money, a lot of more money, to do toxicology and chemistry, and unfortunately, no one there has any additional funds to do anything. This Dr. Soto has examined the animals that people have brought to him because he's very curious. He would like to understand. When he has something, he did send some tissue to Dorado, which is a laboratory on the north side of the island. But as I understand it, no one, including Dr. Soto, has been getting reports back from Dorado. And Dorado has also sent some tissue to Roche and Ames labs in the United States.
Really?
If those lab reports have come back to someone and exist, I haven't been able to find anyone who knows the data. And what it boils down to is a veterinarian, a very conscientious man who has seen enough animals and says there is something highly unusual, and he does not know how to match up any natural explanation with what he has been seeing.
Well, let me ask this, Linda. I know that in the past you've been involved with foundations that give grants for study in these kinds of areas domestically in this country and look at some of the cattle mutilations, that sort of thing.
Yeah, about 1 year in '94, John Altschuler and I had a grant.
Okay, well, so there's no chance that money could be directed toward getting samples sent to a place where we could be damn sure we'd get a good report.
Well, that's what I and some others have been hoping. We do need another larger research grant in order to do this effectively, and I don't know if it is going to come into place, but that's exactly what we have been hoping would happen. And when I was in Puerto Rico for those 10 days, it was an effort to see if we could, in fact, build stronger bridges between what's happening there and our efforts in the United States to research more scientifically and medically. And we are trying to get hair samples, tissue samples, and grass samples from Puerto Rico now, even if some of us are just paying it for it ourselves. So it is a challenge in all of this to have the funds to do all this correctly. And in Puerto Rico, they have a serious problem of funding.
I would think that you would have bumped into some sort of governmental authority. In other words, they ought to be interested at the government level in Puerto Rico or here in what the hell is going on.
Yes, and the Department of Agriculture has put out its own request to certain people in the University of Puerto Rico Medical Center. There are political people like the mayors of some of the cities that have been affected. The civil defense is very involved on the island. But when you meet and talk with those people, and remembering that Puerto Rico is an island which essentially does not have many resources.
Right.
Those people are in the same situation that I and others who try to do our work on our own, and we are not officially funded, quote unquote, by a legislature or a government to do it. They're in the same position, and they do the best they can. And that's where we really do need some kind of a more organized and financed effort to stake out almost on that island and see what more we could learn.
All right, Linda, we got to pause right there. It's a good place to hold it. Linda Moulton Howe is our guest. Back in a moment. Still thinking about parakeet legs. That one bothered me.
I know, it bothers me too. And if the story that we might be dealing with beings coming from a future timeline who have a serious survival problem, and they've come back to gather genetic material from this planet, to watch over this planet, whatever the scenario, then it's possible that everything that is happening is for a good and better reason than we can imagine.
Right.
But back in the 1970s, when animal mutilations were occurring worldwide on a regular basis, including the vampire of Mocha in Puerto Rico, again, it was there 20-some years ago, there was a rash of unusual killings in the Snohomish, Washington area, where Bigfoot had also been seen and has been seen since. And even prints have been seen and taps made. Recently, I interviewed a man who had an encounter in March 1977 that illustrates how the UFO phenomena can camouflage itself with the sound of a helicopter that turns into a UFO, or can use holographic-like images to frighten people, or perhaps, as in Betty Luca's experience, to inspire her. Remember the phoenix bird metaphor that we've had a lot of discussions with her about, and whether it was holographic or placed in her mind, it was not real in the sense that we would say that we could touch the floor, but it seemed to be trying to teach her something. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
And this appears to be part of this phenomena, which always stuns, confuses, and completely disorients humans at the time. And later, they realize, and in this case with this man, that these beings did something to frighten this man, perhaps to keep him away from them, but he was not hurt. Now, the man prefers to remain anonymous, but gave me permission to replay excerpts of our conversation on Dreamland.
Excellent.
His story began around 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he was cutting underbrush from the swampy forest behind his house. From nowhere, a small being appeared dressed in a sparkly, metallic blue bodysuit. The eyewitness thought that the being looked like a 4-foot-tall, old man with pale skin that appeared to be scarred, like burn scars. And Bud Hopkins and others have had drawings from abductees who have drawn the surface of some of the beings that they've encountered as looking like it was pocked with scars. Now, what follows on tape is the eyewitness's account of what happened next.
Yeah. So he takes a few steps in his right, and it's like he gets all blurry. And it's like he's doing it's like he's vibrating.
Okay.
It's like his features are contorted.
Okay.
And that's when I got puzzled. And of course, this all happened in seconds. And it's like he's standing there vibrating, almost like he's doing a jitterbug or something, vibrating away. And down through the trees comes another guy. And this other guy, while he's coming down, it sounds like a hive of bees. And he's got a metallic blue uniform on. And if you was back there in that woods, you'd wonder how those guys get down. Because those big trees, the limbs would actually overlap each other in places. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It looked like this thing was inside some kind of a tunnel of air. And looking back on it, like if I was to say what it was, it looked to me like kind of a technologically advanced form of an elevator. In other words, I feel like there was something maybe a mile up in the sky that has technology to make a wind tunnel, and these things go up and down inside of a wind tunnel. Because when the second guy comes down, like I say, coming down, they sound just like a hive of bees. And so coming from the south headed north, there's a noise. I thought it was kind of like in some ways, like a real smooth sounding helicopter. It had a kind of a high pitched whine to it. So it gets up to practically above our heads and motor cuts. I hear some popping sounds, and I look up, and here's a flying saucer, and it's dropping like a tunnel lid. And I'm thinking that thing is crashing. And I think that before this point, I didn't have any fear. Anyway, the thing is dropping, and it probably gets to about, 20 or 30 feet above these big fir trees out there. And it lets out a noise, and it goes like that. And the wind from that thing, that when it did that, it stopped in the air there, above the treetops. And the wind from it, when it did that, it was flipping these big fir trees back and forth so violently, I thought the tops was going to snap on them and fall down on us. I mean, these trees just flipping around violently. And my clothes are flopping back and forth, and my hair was flying all around, and that thing up there, you could hear air coming out of it, and you could hear kind of like a bearing on the outside. And to me, it kind of reminded me of a train going along a track, because I could hear a clickety-click, clickety-click, clickety-click. Mm-hmm. And now that flying saucer is over my head, and they're probably, I'd estimate maybe 50, 60 feet away. Mm-hmm. It's over my head, and it's over their head. Mm-hmm. And it's up there hovering.
How big?
Well, in diameter, I'd say 50, 60, 70, 80 feet, something like that.
Okay. And at that treetop level?
Well, it's probably 20 to 30 feet above the tops of the tallest tree there, but
okay.
It's up there, and it's like they're staring over at me. Mm-hmm. And it's just like I'm standing still, and it's almost like I'm scared to even swallow. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking if I stand real still, maybe they didn't even see me, you know. And anyway, somewhere in this situation, and this really sounds like a BS yarn, it's like over their way these specks collected together. And like it's like they collected together in the shape of a wolf with horns and a long tail. And these specks collected together, and they moved towards me real fast. It's like I couldn't even duck. And it's like when they get to me, it's like I got an electric shock, which really makes it sound like a BS shot.
No.
I know it does.
No. No, it doesn't. You saw the color of the sparkle or the glue. Can you describe the color of what it was that suddenly formed in the air out of which this wolf with the tail came?
Well, it's like it didn't have any color. To me, it's like probably in the old days when you would watch a black and white television. Mm-hmm.
You mean it had a black or like an X-ray look to it?
Well, I don't feel like it was a real animal, but I mean...
But it was like you were seeing a picture form in the air and then come at you.
To me, it was kind of like it was transparent, like specks collected together. I can't even explain it.
And so this object, or this, we'll call it these particles formed into this image, it's coming towards you.
Yeah, it's like it's on me. I mean, it's like they collected it and it was on me. That's all I can say.
Okay, and then what happened?
And it seems to me like when this took place, it's like I felt like I was being laughed at. Like maybe there's cackles or something.
Okay. So, Art, I have never heard a better description of both the camouflage of sound and then what appears to be some kind of either a projected image. In this case, it seemed to be outside of his mind and projected at him. That has been described in the literature, but seemed to be used in this case both to either keep him away and at the same time to convey information that they were making fun of him. A wolf with horns and a tail is like some of the mythological characters of history in a funny, strange way.
No, as I listened, I thought his story was very credible.
Oh, yes. And in fact, Art, to back this up, tonight I talked with a man who worked for the sheriff's office in that community in the 70s. He knows the man. He backed up the whole story. He was out there. He interviewed him. He took photographs of strange. He said very strange tracks and prints in that swamp. He said that at the time that this man was reporting to the sheriff's office, the fact that not only was this happening out there, but the whole series of animal mutilations, which I'll get to in a minute, but he said people all over that valley were calling the sheriff's office, reporting all kinds of odd lights and odd sounds and encountered with strange things. And I think that this man is describing exactly what happened to him, and it underscores that this phenomena, whether it comes from the future, another dimension, another solar system in this galaxy or another galaxy beyond, that its way of communicating with itself and the way that translates to us is very different, and that these uses of holographic images, almost theatrical images, it was in the Betty Luca case, now Betty Luca, that kind of theatrical, metaphorical production was very much a part of that case also.
Absolutely. Fascinating. You said there was more?
Yes. After this, because this story had so many parts to it, I thought tonight I would just condense that these beings then just walk off. They have absolutely shocked him to his core. He is standing there numb. They walk off. He thinks it's all over.
Sure.
And here comes a Bigfoot, 8 foot tall, 4 inch long, solid black hair, doesn't even look at him and just goes striding right by him, standing there, numb as can be, and
Sure.
continues right behind those beings.
Oh, boy.
Now, the man who worked with the sheriff's office told me tonight, and this is the part, this man who did not know, he said that he took photographs of deer that were found hanging with excisions of the rectum and genitals and other parts were found hanging on trees in that area back in 77.
Oh, brother.
Now, are they related to the Bigfoot phenomena? One of our listeners this year, I have never done this interview yet, and he was an elderly gentleman who sent me a drawing, also from the 70s, and said that he had been out hunting and that he saw a sort of hairy, big, primate-looking creature carrying a deer in its arms and watched it put the deer over a branch on a tree.
Oh, my goodness.
So, are we dealing with some kind of another intelligence that has Bigfoot working for it also on our planet? That's a big question mark. I don't know.
It is a big question mark. Or is it just is Bigfoot one more manifestation of these beings?
Well, it certainly leaves tracks. There's a colleague of mine in Illinois who has been studying this for a long time, and he has photographs of a plaster of Paris footprints left in many parts of this country that range from the so-called 3 foot, which I think is more consistent with the Yeti over in the other part of the world in the Mount Everest area.
Correct.
To deep prints. I mean, they're huge, they're long, they're obviously it's something that's heavy and deep, and that would have to be a physical creature that would leave those tracks. But how do you reconcile that with the rancher in Montana in 1976 who shot with a .30-06 rifle at an 8 foot tall, hairy creature that he said looked like a big primate standing in front of him, and when he shot, that creature disappeared in a flash of light?
I don't reconcile that, and I wouldn't try. Linda, we are at the end of it again. Tell everybody how to get hold of you, how to get your publications. There are contact numbers, so give them out.
All right. Thanks, Art. It's been a pleasure to be on for an hour with some of this tonight, and I would look forward to hearing from people. I have a new mailing address. It is Post Office Box 300 at Jameson, Pennsylvania, Jamison, zip code 18929-0300. And the 800 toll-free number for information about my work is 800-707-9977. 9993. That's 800-707-9993. And for people who like to fax, it's 215-491-9842.
All right. Linda, you're a darling. And I guess next week at the regular time?
Yes, at the regular time, and I'll have a very special report from New York City on a new program upcoming about the mysterious origin of man.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Linda, and good night in Philadelphia. All right, everybody, that's it. I've got one item here, and that is my book. We've got a...
Welcome to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 10th, 1996.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good morning. From Cactus Country to the Hawaiian and Tahitian island chains, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Hello. Well, I've got a lot to tell you about. Something you're going to run and want to get your calendar for, I'm sure. And I would not have believed it was possible. But I did give it a try, and I am amazed. Coming up this next Wednesday, May 15th, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Pacific Time, Richard Hoagland in debate with Apollo 14 astronaut Dr. Edgar Mitchell. Kind of going to be the radio event of the century. And I make no predictions about its outcome, none. But you wanted it, you got it. Richard Hoagland wanted it, he got it. And I will tell you a little bit about the genesis of this. Richard Hoagland, as you know, has been on my show many, many times, and now Dr. Edgar Mitchell with a recent appearance. And Richard Hoagland has done a lot of work to try and prove, to show that there are large glass structures on the moon. We've had him on the show many times, and then we had Dr. Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14 astronaut, on, and he basically said green cheese and bologna in response to Richard's work. And so earlier in the day today, I called Dr. Mitchell and offered him a debate with Richard Hoagland. And his initial comments withheld. He said no. I said, okay, fine, that's kind of what I expected. And then he said, wait a minute. Maybe I've been a little hasty. Let's do it. So I said, fine, let's do it. So I suggest you mark that one down on your calendar. Richard Hoagland, an Apollo 14 astronaut, the guy who stood there, Dr. Edgar Mitchell, together for at least some period of time, May 15th at 1 in the morning. And I want to thank both of them for accepting the opportunity. And I need not tell you how interesting it's going to be. Now, this evening at, in about 20 minutes, we're going to have a brief guest on the program. As you know, I'm a science fiction aficionado. I love it. One of the first science fiction books I ever read was one of my favorites, remains one of my favorites to this day. And it's called Lucifer's Hammer. Well, guess what? We've got the co-author of Lucifer's Hammer, Dr. Jerry Purnell, as a guest coming up in about 20 minutes here. And I'm really looking forward to that. I read Lucifer's Hammer I don't know how many times. It is one of my favorite topics. For those of you who have not read it, it is a book about an asteroid and the Earth. And we'll talk more about that. And I know Dr. Purnell is working on a new book right now. We'll talk to him about that as well. If he's willing to talk about it, we'll see. So there's a little bit of what's coming up on the show, both next Wednesday and this evening. Otherwise, we will have open lines during the night tonight. You all know by now about Operation Purple Star, the biggest war game that has been played, most recently with tragic results. 50,000 U.S. and British people involved. Biggest actually in a decade. 2 helicopters collided. And there are 14 dead Marines as a result. That was at Camp Lejeune, which is where I was born, Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. And it's pretty awful. A CH-46C night helicopter transport collided with an AH-1 Cobra attack helicopter, both great big monsters. There was, at the time, darkness. Night vision goggles were in use. I'm sure many of you have seen some of the coverage of some of the faults thought to be contained when using night vision goggles, the misperceptions. That may or may not be part of it. We don't know yet. IR today's helicopter crash brought back painful memories for me. 81, I was a naval corpsman attached to the Marine Air Wing in Tustin, California. One evening while I stood watch in the sickbay, the crash phone sounded. It's like the one today. 2 choppers had collided, gone down. 7 Marines died in this one. 1 survived. I'll never forget the sights, sounds, especially the smells. That terrible night. So there's going to be a lot of investigation. They're going to try and determine whether military planes and aircraft, helicopters are kept in the same kind of condition as civilian. There's some indication that the military craft Ron Brown was flying was not safety-wise anywhere near ready for civilian standards. Awful tragedy at my birthplace. The House has passed adoption benefits. You adopt a child, you get a $5,000 tax credit for families earning up to $75,000, somewhat less for those to $115,000. Colby's autopsy results are back. No foul play indicated. The State Department says the Clinton administration has decided against imposing sanctions on China for the alleged export of nuclear weapons-related technology to Pakistan. Ooh, isn't that something? State Department spokesman Nicholas Burns says no sanctions are needed because China has now agreed to make no such sales in the future. How many of you think we can trust the Chinese? Raise your hands. A newly declassified U.S. intelligence document says that Nazi leaders plotted in the waning days of World War II, get this, a post-war return to power in Germany. Document refers to meetings in 1944 between Nazi leaders and top German industrialists to plan a secret post-war international network to restore the Nazis to power. Can you believe that? That sounds just like something out of a science fiction novel. You know, the Nazis are back, but they almost were. So it seems what man can imagine more times than not occurs. Tonight, an hour ago, Reuters. Is it a bat? Is it a witch? Is it from Mars? We only know this much. It is furry, has big, bulbous eyes, and sucks the blood of goats and other creatures. The mysterious vampire-like creature known as chupacabras has gripped the fevered imaginations of many Mexicans. Now, people here. While government officials appeal for calm, enterprising trinket sellers have jumped on the bandwagon with chupacabra t-shirts, key rings, and so forth. In Tijuana, they're offering tours of sites allegedly linked to the creature. This is Reuters I'm reading you about an hour ago. Some say it is extraterrestrial. Others say drought in Mexico's northern states has driven bats, wolves, and coyotes to carry out the attacks. Witnesses say it sucks their blood until they die, leaving telltale puncture marks on the neck and other mutilations. One man so far has been attacked in Mexico. 2 bite marks. And so the mystery of La Chupacabra continues, and certainly, folks, begins to deepen. This, Art, last night, no, check that. Art, I thought you might like to know, the goat sucker is now in Arizona. Last night on the news, Channel 3, they reported that El Chupacabra was seen in Tucson, Arizona last week. A boy woke up to see it in his room. After he screamed, the creature jumped through the window, breaking it as he did. Really? Can you imagine that nightmare? I mean, when you're little, you jump under the covers frequently enough to avoid imaginary monsters. How'd you like to have El Chupacabra show up in your room? Good Lord. Then this, aren't they at a teaser for the 10 p.m. news here in Los Angeles on Fox, Channel 11? One of the stories they talked about was about what in the world is killing small animals. They showed about half dozen dead rabbits with big holes in their necks. Is Chupacabra here in L.A.? You know, and all we have is rumor of the fact that some Mexican cowboy may have killed one. It is claimed. A powerful concoction of illicit drugs, dubbed homicide on the street, sent 116 of the drug abusers into Philadelphia hospitals. Philadelphia, I said. An official with the Philadelphia Department of Health said most of those admitted Thursday night had been released, but several people remained in the hospital. He said the drug killed 5 people in Philadelphia in February. Lewis said the drug was analyzed as a concoction of heroin, cocaine, scopolamine, I guess it is, which is used as a sedative or hypnotic, vitamins, and a cough suppressant. Health department officials said that for about 7 hours Thursday, drug users with overdose symptoms were being rushed to Philadelphia hospitals. It gives me the heebie-jeebies, folks, to talk about something and then have it come true before my eyes. You know what we talked about the last few days, and then all of a sudden, boom, here we go. So, there you've got it, and again, I want to remind you, because it will be the event of the century. It's going to be interesting. Look, this next Wednesday at 1 o'clock, we're going to have Richard Hoagland and Dr. Edgar Mitchell here. And it should be something indeed. I've got another newspaper article here, this time from the Oregonian, yesterday, entitled, Militias Draw Up Plans for War. And so it is confirmation of the story that I've been giving you for the last couple of days about what lies directly ahead with regard to the militias, and I'll try and get to that this morning as well. Howdy, Art. Have you heard about the creation cannibal? Rodney Hines, a California resident, was recently arrested on charges of stealing and eating the remains of 4 people. Hines explained to police that he believed doing so would enable him to live forever. Unlike Jeff Dahmer, Hines did not kill the people he ate. In fact, what he had stolen was cremated ashes. Hines ingested the ashes by sprinkling them on regular food, seasoning, I guess, huh? And by snorting them. After hearing Hines bragging about his immortality scheme, an acquaintance tipped off the local police. The authorities in Chico, California had been investigating the disappearance of several urns from a local cemetery, and they made the connection. Gives a whole new meaning to the idea of having a friend for dinner. The full story is in our Enigma section in Periscope. See you in cyberspace. Indeed, cyberspace. If you would like to join us in a chat, you may do so. It'll be a lot of fun. What you do is go on America Online right now. Click on keyword, and enter the word Periscope. That's P-A-R-A-S-C-O-P-E, Periscope. Then when you get to Periscope, you go to the Grassy Knoll. Don't you like that name for a chat room, the Grassy Knoll? Where I guess you can all lurk. And I'll probably be in there in a bit. So, AOL, Periscope area, then the Grassy Knoll chat room, and it's a big gathering every night now, and you'll enjoy some people that listen to this program, and the comments are ongoing about it in there. Let me give you the appropriate telephone numbers to call when we get to that. The first-time caller line, for those that never have ventured forth, is area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. The wildcard direct dial lines, area code 702-727-1295, 1295. West of the Rockies, it's 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. If you're outside the good old U.S. of A., get hold of your AT&T USA Direct operator, or get the USA Direct number for your country, and then dial 800-893-0903. 800-893-0903. Well, okay, when I was a youngster, I say youngster, I was really on the island of Okinawa at the time. I read Lucifer's Hammer. It was a book about a collision with Earth of an asteroid. It's one of the better science fiction books that I've ever written. It was co-authored by Larry Niven and Dr. Jerry Pournelle. And we're going to have Dr. Pournelle here in a few minutes. And it captivated me. It originally sparked much of my interest in space and topics of this kind. It simply riveted me. And I'm kind of curious what book Dr. Pournelle is working on now. And what he thinks about all the rather recent close visitations of comets and asteroids and meteorites and all the rest of it. I mean, there really has been a lot. The modern version of that might have been Without Warning, which also was, I thought, one of the better television shows I had ever seen. It was a modern version. Without Warning was the modern version of Lucifer's Hammer. So we're going to explore all of that here in a moment and talk with Dr. Pournelle. I think you'll find it absolutely fascinating, and I recommend you stay right where you are. Pass the word, folks. It'll be Dr. Edgar Mitchell, the man who stood on the moon in Apollo 14, and Richard Hoagland. Wednesday at 1 a.m. Pacific Time. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 10, 1996.
Morning, everybody. Coming up in a moment, Dr. Jerry Pournelle, co-author of Lucifer's Hammer, one of the greatest science fiction works of all time, in my opinion. He's working on a new one. We'll see what information we can pry from him about that. Now, it is truly a great honor to have Dr. Jerry Pournelle on the show, who co-authored many years ago with Larry Niven, Lucifer's Hammer. Doctor, welcome to the program.
Hello.
Hi there.
Haven't been on this show in years.
In years, huh? When you say this show, I guess you used to be on with Ray Bream on KBC in LA.
Yes, sort of the insomniac hour on Friday night in particular. Yes.
Doctor, I'll tell you what, we're almost going to have to ask you to switch to a phone. I know it's not going to be as good for you, but the audio's just not coming through. Okay, thank you. He's got a headset there.
Is that better?
Oh, that's very much better.
All righty.
Yes, much better. And, Doctor, many years ago, your science fiction book, Lucifer's Hammer, was the first it's what introduced me to science fiction. It's what got me going, and I've been a fan all these years.
Well, that's terrific.
And it's just, I think it's one of the best works ever done on the subject. For those who haven't ever read it, it's a classic, and would you give them a brief outline of the premise of Lucifer's Hammer?
Well, Lucifer's Hammer starts off with a comet. It starts at a Hollywood party, and an amateur astronomer has just discovered a comet and having a good time telling everybody about its coming, and it's going to come close to the Earth. Well, as time goes on, it turns out it's going to get a lot closer than they thought, and indeed, it turns out it's going to get very close. Like it's going to hit us, or pieces of it are. Mm-hmm. And that's the first half of the book, is that it's coming. The second half is what happens afterwards, because it makes an unholy mess of things.
Well, it was strangely prophetic in a lot of ways. We have had a lot of very recent close calls in the last few years. I remember, I think it was 89, wasn't it? That they announced sort of the day after, a big one almost hit.
Well, that was a big meteor, which, in fact, I guess came closer than the moon's orbit, that would have made a mess, not quite as big a mess as Lucifer's Hammer. With Lucifer's Hammer, we exercise some storyteller's art in there. Instead of having one great big thing that fried a whole lot of the Earth, or maybe all of it at once, we broke it into chunks so that there was enough left that you could have a story afterwards.
Right. Which may not be the case in real life.
You never know. I mean, we now know that it's not generally known. The Earth is hit by about 20 megatons worth of energy every year of foreign objects. Uh-huh. That's a lot, 20 megatons.
That is a lot.
But most of it burns up in the higher atmosphere, and you don't know about it. Every now and then you get something like the Tunguska event of 1905 in Siberia, where a stony asteroid went off with about 10 megatons of force at maybe 10 or 11,000 feet. Fortunately, that happened before we had all these nuclear weapons poised to blow each other up, or somebody, because you couldn't have told the difference between the one and the other. The Russians could easily have thought it would have been an atom bomb, except that it wasn't, of course.
If there was something coming our way, evil comet, asteroid, whatever, do we have the ability, in your opinion, everybody always asks this, to stop it? Do we have the...
If you mean... no, we do not. If you mean, could we have the ability in the sense that could we do something that would let us be able to do it in a reasonably near future? Yes. Mm-hmm. But we don't have any strategic difference. We don't have any it surprises most people in this country that we have no missile defenses, as an example.
To speak of, we don't, do we?
We have none. Zero. If we knew that a missile had been launched from Libya to land in New York City, or the Chinese recently said that if we interfered with their operations in Taiwan, that we really wouldn't want to do that because Los Angeles is more important to us than Taiwan.
And you're in
now, the official that said that has since disavowed it. But if we saw a missile launched from China at Los Angeles, all you could do is run, and you'd have about 20 minutes.
So
we couldn't shoot it down. We have nothing to shoot it down with.
So you wouldn't run that far?
You wouldn't go that far.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean we couldn't do it.
Okay,
we know how to do these things. It's just that we don't deploy them.
All right, well, what about something that would be coming at us that we would have some days or even weeks warning about?
Days or weeks doesn't do it. It would take a couple of years to develop the capabilities to get to space fast, basically. If you had a crash program and you threw everything at it and you try to do it, who knows? I am sort of an unofficial advisor to NASA on a lot of things, and I know something about our capabilities. And if you just went all out for everything, you might get something up there. What you're trying to do, of course, is to get enough explosive force at the center of gravity of whatever's coming at you to aim it in a slightly different direction.
Well, if it was a piece of iron,
you wouldn't see it.
You wouldn't see it?
You wouldn't know it was there. That's the problem. Again, if you had space-based radars looking, it's not indetectable in theory, especially something like a large iron asteroid. We know one of those hit, and by the way, it wasn't all that big. Meteor Crater in Arizona?
Yes.
Yeah. That was an iron asteroid, quite small, under 100 feet in diameter.
Under 100 feet. Wow.
Yeah, it was quite small. If it, there was a company formed to go mine it, thinking that anything that made that big a crater would have had to be a lot of very valuable nickel iron down there.
Right.
Turned out there isn't much. It wasn't very big. It just was a lot of energy. It's moving very fast.
Tell me, if Shoemaker-Levy 9, the pieces from Shoemaker-Levy 9, had hit Earth instead of Jupiter.
Yeah, it'd have been just about like Lucifer's hammer. The result would have ended up about like that. You'd had big tidal waves, lots of coastal areas flooded, mud showers all over the place, salt rain ruining crops.
All right. Well, what I've heard, Doctor, is that we will not see the one, in all likelihood, that would hit us because it would be coming directly at us, and that would prevent astronomers from getting a good look at it. Is there anything to that?
Well, that's, again, not necessarily the case. You need to look from space.
Yeah.
What you really need, if every 10 million years, approximately, something really big hits. I'll give you a number that'll surprise you. Your chances of being killed by a large object from space are approximately the same as your chances of being killed in an airplane crash.
Well,
which is to say, it's a low probability event for any individual.
Yeah.
But in the case of a large object from space, while it's a very low probability event, the number of people that it'll kill is a very high number. If you see what I mean.
I do. Doctor, did you happen to see on television what I thought was the modern version of Lucifer's hammer, which was called Without Warning?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, what a great flick that was on television. But I'm more concerned with reality. Have you heard of a comet out there called Machholz 2?
Yeah, there are a bunch of them. I used to be on the board of directors of the Lowell Observatory, and we'd get briefings on what they know about it. It is about every 10 million years something big hits the Earth. It's in that range. And by big, I mean big compared to Meteor Crater is small.
Uh-huh.
I mean big. I mean like the Gulf of Mexico type big or Hudson's Bay type big.
What would that do to the Earth? I mean, generally, aside from...
make a great big mess out of things. You're talking about the release of enormous amounts of energy. it would turn the lights off. That's probably what killed the dinosaurs.
Well, if it could kill them, it certainly could do it.
It wouldn't do us any good. You'd have about 4 years with almost no crops. You'd have to try to live, and I mean, think of 4 years of winter.
No, it's unthinkable. It would destroy the economy of the world.
The economy'd be gone. Some people would live through it, but you wouldn't have much crops. You wouldn't have much economy. You just a great deal of the electrical generating structure would be gone, so that you're not going to grow stuff under lights. You're talking about what? I don't know. In Lucifer's Hammer, I think we figured something like a quarter of the population survived.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that, maybe less.
Does our solar system, I'm not an astronomer, but does it move through areas of greater density of these objects?
That appears to be the case, yeah. And again, that's you got me on the exact numbers, but we orbit the center of the galaxy with a period in the millions of years, and some parts of where we go appear to be richer with debris out there and so forth than others.
The premise of your book that an amateur astronomer discovered Lucifer's Hammer, that is, in fact, it seems like the way comets are discovered.
Because professional astronomers spend most of their time looking with great big telescopes at very far away objects. There are a few observatories like the Lowell that spend a lot of time looking for smaller objects in solar system stuff, but most professional astronomers aren't interested in anything that's under 1 billion light years away nowadays.
Great. Great. And how much do you think our military is actually doing in terms of having some sort of radar that could see?
Not very much. They'd like to, but the trouble is that the administration has interpreted the Strategic Defense Treaty, which was made with the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, which no longer exists.
Right.
But even so, we are honoring this treaty, which, with an entity that isn't there, that has greatly limited the strategic defenses, and most of the things that could be used to defend against meteors would clearly be very useful in defending against large space objects.
So you wouldn't be able to delineate between the purpose?
Well, not really. I mean, if I've got something that can shoot down things coming at us, then it will obviously do a better job of getting the close ones than it will the ones that are far away, do you see?
Well, I can almost see the committee and Senate hearings that would be held after something hit.
Oh, yeah. Why didn't we do it? Well, this, that, and the other. I mean, people would be impeached. It'd be, well, that's assuming that it was that the Capitol survived so that you could have
hearings,
and, you know, By the way, I'm supposed to push a book.
I want you to push a book.
Higher Education by Charles Sheffield and Jerry Purnell, which is a Jupiter's book series from Tor Books. The imprint Jupiter belongs to Charlie Sheffield and me.
Higher Education.
Higher Education. It's a young adult book, and it got tremendously good review in Book List just this week, so we're quite proud of that.
So they can get it in major bookstores.
Yeah, it will be shortly. I think it's not quite out, but it's like a week or two.
All right. Are you working on a book now?
Several, actually.
Several?
Nevin and I are doing one that is set some 12,000 years ago in a universe in which magic works. This is the fall of Atlantis type of thing.
I see.
And I am at present finishing another young adult for this Jupiter series that's my own called Star Swarm that, I don't know, it may be the best thing I've ever done.
Really?
Well, I like it anyway.
What's the premise?
You have to have faster than light to have this happen, but it's an alien life form that is very different.
Have you been hearing all the recent stories about this strange creature they're calling Chupacabra?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, very strange animal that is killing goats, taking the blood. Very strange. Showed up first in Puerto Rico, then South America.
No, I've not heard of that.
Now in our country, yes. Very, very strange.
It's an animal? Or?
It is some type of animal, yes.
Like a bat or a...
Well, it's described to be about 4 feet tall, with red eyes, a lizard-like appearance.
Great heavens.
Yes, indeed.
I don't know anything about it. And what, these things are running wild?
Well, they're killing animals, and strangely, there are 2 bite marks on, and all the blood is gone from the animals.
You mean like a vampire?
Like a vampire. 2 marks on the outside of the neck.
This is a natural phenomenon, not a supernatural thing. A lizard-like creature. I know nothing about it. Where would... No, I'm afraid you've got me by surprise on that.
Okay, well, that's fine. You may want to look into it. It's a pretty strange story.
It sounds interesting. Wow.
It is, yes.
I mean, is this something more solid than Bigfoot? I mean,
oh, yes. Nobody has yet caught one, but many hundreds of animals have now been hit.
Huh.
Very strange.
That is very strange, and I must say that I haven't seen a bit of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm astonished.
Doctor, what do you think the possibility or probability is that there is extraterrestrial life, anybody, anywhere other than ourselves?
Yeah, I understand. The best answer to that is Enrico Fermi's question. Fermi, one of the guys that helped develop the atom bomb and so forth?
Yes.
Fermi was famous for his little seminar dinners where he would have his graduate students over to dinner and they would discuss things, and then he would ask a question at the end of his dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And one night the question was this: if you assume that the galaxy consists of 100 billion suns and 1% of those could have planets, and 1% of those planets could possibly support life, and 1% of the ones that can support life do, and of those, 1% of those have life that's 1 million years older than we are, so would be more evolved, you are still talking about billions of planets, do you see? So where are they?
So where are they, yes.
Why have the aliens not got here? And the problem is that on any set of rational assumptions, if there is extraterrestrial life out there, they should have been here already.
Perhaps they have been.
Yeah, well, Bob Bussard says, well, yes, they've been here and we're them. that
yes.
People didn't actually evolve on this planet, that we were put here by something. The DNA evidence is becoming clearer and clearer that that's probably not true.
Well, there is quite a bit of mounting evidence that man has been here, or some form of man has been here before.
Yeah, that's kind of Bob Bussard's argument. That's one premise. Another one is that I wrote a series called Janissaries, which is being reissued from Bain Books, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Isaac Asimov once said that there is no possible explanation for the notion that beings powerful enough to get here across interstellar distances, if they wanted to remain hidden from us, they could remain hidden from us. There is no explanation for why we would see them at all if they didn't want us to.
Right.
So why haven't they? So if they got here and they haven't walked up, landed on the White House lawn or in the UN Plaza, then it's because they don't want us to know it, and so there's no reason why you would ever see them. And I got thinking about that and realized that Isaac was at Boston University and not there for very long, was mostly a writer. He never been around, let's say out in Pasadena on the night after final exams at Caltech, has he? So I got to thinking, suppose that the reason that they don't want us to know about them is because they're a bunch of professors of anthropology and they're examining us, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
But their graduate students get drunk and put on a show for the locals every now and then. So that's why you sometimes see a flying saucer.
I see.
So I don't claim that's true, you understand. But certainly, as I pointed out to Isaac, at least that's a possible explanation. You can't tell me there is no possible explanation here.
Indeed. Doctor, we're very near the top of the hour here.
Right.
Love to have you for another half hour if you can stick around.
Sure.
All right.
Glad to.
One thing that I would like you to think about during the break.
All right.
Is there was something called the Brookings Report, which I would imagine you're familiar with, that says that the American people are not ready They are not ready to accept the fact that there is a greater intelligence, or that there would be anybody from elsewhere with a greater intelligence.
Yeah, sure, but the people that wrote that are eggheads.
Well, some of them do radio talk shows. And with the calls I get, I wonder if the Brookings report might not be right. But we'll talk about that when we come back.
All right.
Stay right there. Dr. Jerry Pournelle, co-author with Larry Niven of Lucifer's Hammer, one of the greatest science fiction novels of all time, and we'll be right back.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. Premier Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 10th, 1996.
Top of the morning, everybody. I am Art Bell, and a couple of announcements coming up in a moment. If you missed the last 2 hours, you missed some real fun. Dr. Jerry Pournelle, author of Lucifer's Hammer, was my guest. Maybe you can catch it later on in the morning in a repeat. If not, you can always get a copy by calling As a matter of fact, you can get a copy of any guest appearances by calling 1-800-917-4278. 1-800-917-4278. In a moment, a couple of intriguing announcements. Don't move. All right. I would like to announce that this coming Tuesday night, Wednesday morning at 1 a.m. Pacific Time, 4 a.m. Eastern Time, we will have two people here. Richard Hoagland and Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell have agreed to meet, incredibly. It should be something to behold. Richard is sending the relevant photographs to Dr. Mitchell in Florida. We'll all be working from the same page. So if you want to hear what's bound to be the radio event of this century, tune in. Actually, I have no idea what'll happen. It may be a 5-minute event. It may be a 15-minute event. It may be an explosive event. It may be an informative event. I don't have the slightest idea. I can only tell you they have agreed to meet here, 1 a.m. Pacific Time, this coming Wednesday morning. Don't miss it. That's one item. Pretty important one, too. You better put it on your calendar. You don't have a Real Talk yet. You better get a Real Talk. Whatever. Don't miss it. Now listen, I've just received a fax indicating there has just been a 5.4 earthquake in the Virgin Islands. That occurred today. Or should I say yesterday evening now. And I would like to open a line for the Virgin Islands. So, would everybody do me a big favor and clear the line at area code 702-727-1222. I want to hear from the Virgin Islands. Get a report on this earthquake. Did you all do a little shaking there in the Virgin Islands? So if you are in the U.S. Virgin Islands, call me now at area code 702-727-1222. U.S. Virgin Islands only. Everybody else, please do us all a favor and back off. I want to get a call or report on this earthquake, 5.4 in the U.S. Virgin Islands. People up in Seattle can tell you that, believe me, you feel those. So, again, the U.S. Virgin Islands only at 702-727-1222. The other item is, it's been a chat week on America Online, and we're going to wrap it up tonight with kind of a special. We're doing that right now. If you would like to join in a chat, my soulmate and great helper is in that chat room right now chatting with you all. It's an opportunity to chat with my wife. Her name is Ramona, and she is presently chatting with people on America Online. So come join in. All you've got to do is get on America Online, go and hit keyword, and type in Periscope. P-A-R-A-S-C-O-P-E. Periscope. When you get to the Periscope area, all you've got to do is go into the Grassy Knoll, what a name, huh? The Grassy Knoll chat room, and there will be Ramona answering lots of embarrassing questions about me. Somebody wanted to know, do I have a pot belly? And she said, no, it's a booty belly. We were in the Orient. A number of young ladies wanted to come up and rub my belly. Good luck, they said. Booty belly. So, look, it's going to be open lines tonight. We're getting so much information on Chupacabra. I've got a Reuters story here tonight, a brand new Reuters story on the Chupacabra, about 2 hours old now. It's beginning to hit the mainstream press everywhere. Los Angeles, everybody's suddenly doing reports on this thing that attacks animals and some humans. Chupacabra. Had a definite request from Linda Howe, who called and said, we heard rumored somebody killed a Chupacabra. What can you tell me? She said, we're about to get a report, by the way, on Art's Parts, which I call them. So we'll learn a little bit more. In fact, matter of fact, I would imagine there's going to be some news Sunday on Dreamland about the report coming back on those parts. And I've got more, but we're going to go to open lines now and just see what's out there. I know you're there. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
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 Hello, hello.
Hi.
Turn your radio off.
Hello.
You've got 3 seconds to be intelligent. 1, 2, 3. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Art?
Yes.
Okay, let me turn off my two radios. I had country and western here in Birmingham, and you picking it up out of San Antonio, 1200.
Now, how can you listen to country and western? How can you listen to country and western me at the same time?
Sir?
How can you listen to country and western and me at the same time?
I was fixing to light a cigarette too. I ate nicotine.
You were, huh?
Listen, I was going to tell you about your trumpet.
You mean my Gabriel's trumpet?
Yeah, because I kind of heard part of one tonight. I was outside. I was listening to country then, but I was dying to come to listen to you, and now I know why, because the doctor was on there.
Yes.
Anyway, it's got to be more like an alarm clock, okay? Shriller and longer. It's got to be longer.
I wanted to see if we could do this and listen to country music at the same time.
It's great to get to talk to you again, man. I picked you up.
See, it doesn't work. You can't do that. You can't do it.
So we got to get you back in Birmingham. I mean, when are we going to pick you up? I mean, it's coming through pretty. I'm sorry, I'm so excited. You can hear the heart pounding, right? Only a UFO could come around and then give me chills and slow me down. But it is so good to get to talk to you and your audience.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
Oh, man. Hey, listen. About the polls?
Yes, sir.
I think a lot of people are lying. Like you said, kind of like when you talked about one thing and it happened a couple days later.
Yeah.
I think we're lying to the polls. I think we're going to put old Dole in there, put it in a pineapple, let it grow a little while, and then figure out what we're going to do in the 21st century.
Well, you know what? I hope you're right, but I fear you're not. I think the polls are correct, at least for right now. I think he's... I hardly even want to talk about it. I mean, there's no campaign going on. It's kind of depressing to discuss, in my opinion. If a real campaign begins, then maybe we can sink our teeth into something, but right now all I see is 4 more years. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art. I'm calling from Portland, Oregon.
Yes, sir.
And I was wondering, where at in Oregon has the Chupacabra been located at?
I'm sorry, I don't have the reports about Oregon. I know of them, but yes, it is up there. Why don't you just, where are you? You're in Portland?
Yes.
Well, I would imagine you're in the city?
Yes, sir.
Well, then you're probably safe.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to go out and look for it or anything. I was just wondering.
Why not take a little jaunt out into the woods?
Well, that sounds good. I love your show. I've only been listening for a couple weeks, but it's a great show.
Well, I'm glad you enjoy it, sir. Yes, take a little stroll in the woods. Take a tape recorder with you, and that way if there's an attack, I doubt the Chupa would want to eat the radio or the tape recorder, so there'd be a record left. Probably be awful. All we'd hear is munching sounds. Or maybe just one. And then... and you'd be gone. East of the Rockies? No, make that first-time caller line. You're on the air.
Art.
Yes.
This is Jeff from Tucson, Arizona.
How you doing, Jeff? I heard Chupacabra's down in Arizona now.
I haven't heard anything about it, to tell you the truth. I wasn't really calling about that. If that's
well, that's quite all right, but he's down there, so watch yourself.
All right. Well, the first thing I want to let you know is that I'm 23 years old, and I believe I've been listening to you for at least 10 years. All right. I grew up in Phoenix, and I listened to you on KFYI, and I just wanted to let you know that you've been a part of pretty much my subconscious for most of the time, but my conscious listening for a couple of years now.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah. I had two things. First thing is, you can answer this maybe after I get off the air.
All right.
But I was taking a trip up to Alaska to do the work on the fishing boats and possibly in the canneries and stuff. And I understood that I heard that you talked a couple times about how you lived up there. And I was wondering if you had any advice for me.
Any advice for you?
Well, yeah. On how things work up there. I'd heard some stories about. Ornery fishing captains, kind of throwing you overboard if they didn't like you or wanted to, if they wanted to get some profit off you or something like that. And
really?
Well, I heard stories about it.
One of the best places you can go in Alaska, sir, is in Kodiak, Alaska. Now, I've got an affiliate in Kodiak where they do a lot of fishing, commercial fishing, and canning and processing. And so, if you like, we'll see if we can get a hold of somebody in Kodiak.
Okay, yeah, I'll listen the rest of the night. I'm in Tucson right now, and I'm listening on KTUC 1400 here.
You bet.
And I'll be listening till 4 o'clock when you get off. The other thing I was wondering about is, you have a lot of militia, type people on here, and a lot of, I guess it would be described as right-wing type guys. And I was wondering if you yourself, you live in western Nevada. If you yourself own any firearms, and if so, what kind?
All my life, thank you. I own shotguns. I own rifles of various assortments. I have handguns. I've got an AK-47. I've got SKSs. So I have an assortment. Thank you. Been collecting over the years. Now, I want to hear from the Virgin Islands. It just occurred to me that I answered that phone. He was in Tucson. Now, I'm trying to hold that line open for the U.S. Virgin Islands. I want to hear from the Virgin Islands. Do you hear me? Everybody else hold off, please. If you're in the Virgin Islands, area code 702-727-1222. I forgot what I said. I should have adhered to that. Now to Tijuana, Mexico. You're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art. This is the first-time caller from Tijuana. It's Enrique.
Yes, sir.
And I want to call about the Chupacabra.
What can you tell us?
Yeah, well, apparently the news that you got is wrong. They found one supposedly dead in a Sonora dam. It apparently drowned there or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and there's these pictures in the newspaper.
Oh, you've got photographs?
Yeah, well, they look like pictures taken from the TV or something.
Oh boy. Listen, do you have a computer?
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's my brother's and I don't know quite how to use it.
I would surely love to get those photographs. What, publication did they appear in?
Well, it's a Tijuana newspaper called the Heraldo, and it's, Thursday's edition.
Thursday's edition. Yeah. And what does this creature look like?
Well, it's sort of like a mixture between, like an iguana and a vampire bat. There's a picture of the overall body and then a close-up of the teeth. And so it has wings and a tail. And, like 4 very sharp fangs in the mouth.
Wow.
You can see that. And yes, it's been around the news, well, at least in Latin America for about the last year or so.
How hot is the news? You're in Mexico, so how hot is the news? How much, is Mexican television and radio talking about this thing?
A lot. There's a lot of, also Mexican talk show radio talk shows, and it's all over. There's the most respected news show in Mexico is by a man of name of Sabludovsky. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's like the Mexican equivalent to Brokaw, somebody really important.
Yes.
And like for the last week or so, every day there's a story on his newscast, and that is something like incredible because he is the most respected figure in in broadcasting here in Mexico.
Well, you should know that we are also getting many reports in our major media here in Los Angeles.
Well, since I'm here in Tijuana, I can get Univision and Telemundo, also the two Spanish broadcasting channels in the USA. And it's also been a daily news since about a year ago. It all started in Puerto Rico, and it's just about extended everywhere.
All right. What is the speculation there about what this damn thing is?
Well, there are those of us, who think that something exists, some kind of mutated vampire bat or something. And then there are some people right now in the Mexican media saying that it's just an invention of the Mexican government so that people have something else to think about besides, the economic difficulties.
Yes, let me ask you about those as long as I've got you. I was in Mazatlan not long ago.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was there, I talked to a number of cab drivers and just regular people, and they were saying they think there's going to be a revolution in Mexico.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of talk about that, because of the PRI party ruling for something like 66 years, and, people feel oppressed, and there's the Zapatistas and everything like that, but I wouldn't call it a revolution yet, but it could be.
It could be. So some people think this might be an invention of the press to keep the minds off.
Yeah, there are those, who think that it's an actual creature preying on innocent animals and stuff, and there are those that say that it's just, something that the government invented so that people would have something else to talk about, and,
Well, that might explain your Mexican press, but it doesn't explain the American press.
Yeah, well, that's true.
All right, my friend, I thank you for the call and the update. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. There is apparently now existing, if you believe what you heard, a photograph of a chupacabra, which this caller in Mexico says drowned. Woof. Are these not strange times we live in? They really are. All right, I'm reserving away, doggone it, hear me, this line for people in the Virgin Islands, because I know you had a 5.4 earthquake in the Caribbean. I want to hear about it. Where was it? How much shaking went on? What's going on in the Caribbean? So if you're in the U.S. Virgin Islands, call me now. Everybody else, don't call me. But if you're in the U.S. Virgin Islands, call me now at area code 702-727-1222. And one other item again. My wife is in chatting on America Online right now in the Periscope section. The way you get there is just go into AOL and hit keyword. Type in Periscope, P-A-R-A-S-C-O-P-E. When you get to the Periscope area, you want to go to the Grassy Knoll chat room. Now, I wonder who thought up that name, the Grassy Knoll chat room. I love that. And there will be my wife, Ramona, chatting away with people answering very embarrassing questions about me, which probably will come echoing back to me on the program. Mr. Buddha-Belly will be back shortly.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Now, we take you back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
And I'll tell you what, I'm holding open a line only for the Virgin Islands at area code 702-727-1222. That's area code 702-727-1222 for the Virgin Islands only. Anybody else is going to be wasting their money, so please don't call that number until we get a call through from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good to be here this morning. We're talking about whatever it is you want to talk about. Anything at all happens to be fair game. Our Virgin Island line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
I'm in St. Thomas.
St. Thomas, the U.S. Virgin Islands. All right. We just got word here that there was a 5.4 earthquake somewhere near you earlier tonight.
Well, I was listening to the radio, and I heard you say that, but that was the first time that I had heard anything of it.
Well, you know what? That's really good, considering how much trouble you guys have had. If you didn't feel it, then it couldn't have been that bad. And I guess St. Thomas is still cleaning up, isn't it?
Yeah, St. Thomas is still recovering from Hurricane Marilyn.
Yes, indeed. So, in other words, no shaking that you felt?
Not any that I felt.
Oh, that's...
So I was quite surprised to hear anything of it. I experienced no indication of an earthquake.
That's wonderful news. That's absolutely wonderful news. Well, listen, how's everything going in the Virgin Islands? Is it getting back to normal?
It's moving well. You know, many of the houses are under reconstruction or under repairs. It's moving along very well.
Let me ask you about one other thing that we've been talking about on the program since you're way out in the Caribbean. Have you heard any news of this strange creature called the chupacabra?
Only on your show.
So, in other words, it's not crawling around and sucking the blood of things in the islands there?
No, not at all. No. As far as I know, it only exists on the radio.
No, well, now, don't say that. Now, we had a man from Mexico. You heard that man here a little while ago.
I heard him, yes, I heard him.
So, there may be one drowned and a body floating around somewhere.
He could be, but again, I haven't heard of it.
All right, my friend. I thank you for the report.
Okay, very good.
That's from our affiliate, WSTA in St. Thomas, which covers all of the U.S. Virgin Islands. All right, that opens the line then for everybody. Once again, on the first-time caller line at 702-727-1222. I wanted to get that report. It's well then. There was indeed an earthquake, but if it wasn't felt, then certainly there wasn't damage, was there? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
Hey, this is Ed from Portland.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to see if you'd heard anything about the Tacit Blue stealth aircraft the Air Force is releasing now.
Yeah, I've seen photographs of it.
Kind of looks like a flying bus.
It does, doesn't it? It's weird.
Or if you cover off half of it, it looks like one of those old UFO drawings.
Yes. Well, it seems like whatever man can imagine, man has either done or is about to do.
Very true. Well, also, you were in the Air Force?
I was.
You were a medic?
I was.
Was that down at Lackland?
I was at Lackland, thank you, for 8 torturous weeks. Then I went to tech school, Greenville, Mississippi, and Gunner Air Force Base in Alabama, then over to Amarillo Air Force Base in Texas, and then they kicked me out of the country altogether and went to the Far East.
Oh, you never went over to Europe at all?
No, not Europe. I'm going to Europe this summer.
A nice place over there.
Well, we'll find out. Thank you very much for the call. Going on vacation around the first part of August. It's not just Europe. I'm going to Moscow. I hear it's a little dangerous, but hell, you only live once, right? So I'm going to go to Moscow. Should be really interesting. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art. Steve from South Dakota.
Steve. Yes.
How are you doing?
Fine.
I really enjoyed talking to Mr. Hoagland the other night. Thank you for letting me on.
Well, try and imagine the dynamics of Richard Hoagland and Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell together.
That's going to be spectacular.
Yeah.
Say, I wanted to recommend a book to you and your readers.
Sure.
I tried to get into your guest. There's an author by the name of Duncan Steele.
Oh, I know that name somewhere.
And he put out a book called Rogue Asteroids and Doomsday Comets.
Really?
It's an absolutely spectacular book. It's on the John Wiley and Sons Incorporated. It's a research science, I think it's a research science publisher. And it's a marvelous book. It's got a foreword by Arthur C. Clarke.
No kidding.
Yes, it's an excellent book.
Did you hear Dr. Purnell earlier?
Yes, I did.
He's quite something, isn't he?
He's really delightful.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you, Art.
Thank you, my friend. Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, hi, Art. This is Ed in Finland, California.
How you doing?
Okay, a couple things. One about the chupacabra.
Yes.
Has they ever heard any noise from this creature? Does it make a sound or...
that's a very good question. And I'm not really familiar whether it does normally make a sound or what.
Because if it could, you could, I guess have a chupacabra call and maybe call this thing in and see what happens, because
I don't think that'd be such a good idea. Why would you want to call something like that toward you?
Well, of course, you want to capture it. Be ready to capture it. That's the main thing. But you had a recording of the Bigfoot scream.
No, I like this one better.
Ow!
By the way, that's a WAV file now available on my webpage as a WAV file for anybody who wants it.
Well, my other question is, have you ever had anybody talking about electric vehicles and if they're going to ever be practical?
Oh, yes, I certainly have, and I'm particularly fascinated with that whole thing. So we'll try and find another guest who will talk about that, electric vehicles. I'd love to have one. I'd love to have one. Wouldn't that be neat? Hey, listen, if you are listening to us outside the USA, I always forget to do this, and I've sort of been putting it off until we get on shortwave. But, we have so many big 50,000-watt affiliates that you can hear us outside the USA. Of course, Internet Real Audio takes us around the world. So if you're somewhere else in the world, anywhere else, you can call us toll-free. We have the world's first true toll-free international line, and here's how you do it. You call, just pick up the telephone no matter what country you're in, and get the AT&T direct access number for your country. They differ from country to country. Or, if you have to, get hold of the AT&T operator and call us at 800-893-0903. That's the way you get hold of us internationally. 800-893-0903. And for you, it'll be toll-free. Won't cost you a penny. Not a penny. To call from anywhere in the world. And I've been neglectful in giving out that number. So there you've got it. Shortly, we'll be on shortwave. We're working very, very hard on that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Tim in Minneapolis.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I called yesterday about a dream sheet for a ballot box. Do you remember that?
Yes, uh-huh.
You went off the air here in Minneapolis. I was wondering, was there any reaction to that? Or?
No, there wasn't. Only yours. People did not pick up on it. Don't ask me why.
Okay, well, I guess we'll leave it alone then.
All right.
That's all I wanted to talk about.
All right, thank you. No particular reaction to it. He wanted to see a dream sheet. In other words, on the ballot, you would make a first choice and then other choices. Second, third choices, and so forth. So that your vote would mean something. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Goodbye. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art, did you catch the special edition of The Abyss on the Sci-Fi Channel?
No, I've got a copy of The Abyss. That's a great movie.
Oh, yeah. Well, they had some extra footage with like a huge tidal wave at the end.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but I saw it advertised in USA Today.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed it.
And I don't have the Sci-Fi Channel, I thought, and I know you said you'd like the film, which I love too.
Oh, yes, I thought it was.
But don't you agree that the end sort of sucked when that thing came up?
No, I thought it was great. Why? I mean, it sort of validated the whole thing when it came up into the real world.
Well, anticlimactic. Like you're so sucked into that movie. It's so great. And then when that sort of happens, you go, well, wait a minute. I went through all this great stuff for this.
Well, there's always people disappointed in endings. How would you have written the ending to it?
Well, look.
Come on now. Improve on it, sir.
I know. If you're going to criticize, don't criticize unless you can improve.
Yeah, go ahead and improve. Give us an ending.
Well,
use your imagination.
All right. Maybe when that thing came up, it would have had a big poster for Howard Stern's new book, Miss America.
Well, no one's reading it anyway, so what difference would it have made? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning to you.
I'm calling from California, Sonoma County.
Yes, ma'am.
I called you last Saturday off the air. Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I felt a little foolish afterwards, but I still feel the same way.
Well, why don't you tell the audience what you mean?
It's kind of embarrassing. Okay, I was just driving down the freeway, and I was just I'm in a very good mood. Life is good, surf's up, and all of a sudden, I just had these mental pictures of earthquake devastation here in Sonoma County, and, well, actually not just here, but very widespread.
Well, you know, the recent news has been that the Hayward Fault is slipping now at an incredible rate, and has been what they actually call lunging. And so it would not surprise me, but to see some activity there soon. So maybe your dreams are prophetic.
Well, wide awake dreams. I mean,
I
had a physical reaction.
Yes, it's called lucid dreaming.
Is that what it's really called?
That's what it's really called.
Well, I was at a friend's house today. She lives in a very nice condo, and she had to have a locksmith come in and adjust her lock because the place is always shifting so much.
Yes.
And just from earth shifting, you know. But that in itself is not bad. I mean, it's like a flagpole. It has to give. I want to ask you really quickly, I've heard you over the past few months saying, do you think I'm the Antichrist?
No.
Well, you said
No. The way it happened is here, but we've got to get this straight here.
Okay.
Some fellow called me, it's a now famous call, it's even on the internet, and called me, the devil's mouthpiece. The devil's mouthpiece.
Well, you know what?
What?
I think the way the devil operates, the Bible says he appears as an angel of light.
I'm telling you it's not true.
Ooh,
it's not true.
Ooh, don't. It's 2:00. I'm in the kitchen alone.
That's right. It's not true. Snap out of it. Wild Card Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Bill calling from Youngstown, Ohio.
Hi, Bill.
As per Chupacabra, I don't think I have too much to contribute, nor did I call to name drop, but I have do some readings for some people in very high places in Puerto Rico and the government. And I've had 3 calls, maybe over the past month, just asking me if I can get any take on this. And I have a feeling they might be involved with UFOs. It's just a gut feeling. But I can tell you this, that these official people are very, very scared. They're taking it very seriously.
I know it. Thank you. There's a lot of people taking this very seriously. People think that I'm crazy. I, of course, pick up on these things a little earlier than most others because we delve into these sorts of topics. So we had it early on, and a lot of people were criticizing, saying, oh, come on, this is baloney, all the rest of it. And then so many press stories began to hit. And people aren't saying that anymore. It's obvious that something is here, something is going on. There is something to this, but I don't know what. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
I can barely hear you.
Okay, I'm on a bad cordless here.
Yeah, you really are. Where are you?
I'm in Duluth, Minnesota, calling about that egg that someone called about earlier today.
Yes, is there any truth to it? A 5-foot egg?
Yeah, there's truth to it.
No, you're kidding. What could lay a 5-foot egg?
Well, see, I don't know. It washed up on the lake, and some kids found it, threw it in the truck, and brought it to the zoo.
And they've detected, the caller said they've detected some sort of heartbeat or something?
Yeah, there's vital signs.
What?
And I don't understand. But I want to get basically the news thinks that it's a hoax, but they're not letting anyone see it right now. It's in quarantine.
And where is it exactly?
It's at the Lake Superior Zoo.
All right. Well, listen, thank you for the call. I don't know what to think anymore. This used to be the kind of thing that you'd laugh off. What the hell would lay a 5-foot egg? A 5-foot egg. I wouldn't even want to see the thing that would lay a 5-foot egg. I want to say it's impossible, but what would come out of a 5-foot egg? Nothing you'd want to see. Dr. Pornell had it right when he said you're going to want to put an M1A1 Abrams with its main turret pointed right at the egg. When that sucker begins to crack open, who knows? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Megaditos, Art. Oh, that's the wrong show.
Yeah.
Right. How you doing?
Okay.
I've got two observations. Well, one observation is, you got speech patterns like David Brinkley. Has anybody ever told you that?
I've been told that.
And a question or a request. Did you ever think about having Roy Masters on?
Sure.
When you have, really?
I've interviewed him in years past, of course.
That's an interesting guy, isn't it?
Yep.
He means a lot to me. Roy Masters he's done a lot for me, and I just think the world of Roy Masters. He's a good fella.
Yes, he is.
And well, actually, if I just could be melodramatic, but I guess you could say saving a life.
Well, he has a view of life that is different than many people are willing to accept, and a lot of people tend to respond to his message with anger, but that's natural. And he'll be the first to tell you you got to hit people over the head or they don't listen.
He's been on the radio he's been doing what he's been doing for 40 years. He's only got 25 stations. And how long's Rush you guys been doing yours? How long you been doing radio?
Oh, all my adult life. I've been doing this program for about 12 years now, coast to coast for about 12 years.
So Roy can't even get more than 25 stations. And Rush and y'all got 700, 800 stations.
Yeah,
I guess. So you can see his message is not really easy to swallow.
Well, that's because it's not a traditional message.
Oh, yes, it is. I think it is a traditional message that's been buried.
Well, I understand that you think that, but I'm saying that a lot of people who hear it for the first time, as you can tell in the preamble to his program, get angry or get upset or whatever.
Well, sometimes have him on again sometime pretty soon.
All right. Take care, my friend. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Nonpartisan Tim in San Diego.
How you doing?
Pretty good. I want to update you on that sperm count deal.
Yes?
In Time Magazine this week, there's a report that original finding was not right.
Well, that they went to New York City and found, in fact, higher than normal sperm counts.
Yeah, in general, the sperm counts are remaining stable or rising. But yeah, New York City...
And then there's that 5-foot egg. I mean, come on.
That's going to be a hoax.
You think so?
Yeah. It's fun to think about stuff like that, but it's going to be a hoax.
Would you stand next to a 5-foot egg while the hoax hatched?
No.
No? Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Good talking to you, Art.
All right, take care. How many of you would be willing to stand, as it began to crack open and the first hairy protrusions began to be apparent, and then a claw comes out. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello. Going once, twice, 3 times. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Boy, it's murder getting hold of you.
I know. Where are you?
I'm in Fort Smith. This is Jason again.
Fort Smith, Arkansas. All right.
Yeah. I got a few things for you tonight.
Go.
First, that guy in Portland is the one that lives in the city, wanting to meet the chupacabra.
He doesn't really want to meet it.
Maybe he should go out in the woods and knock on some logs. He might be able to meet a Bigfoot and chupacabra both.
That's what I told him. Go on out there, take a tape recorder so we can hear the sounds while it eats you.
Yeah. Another thing, with that Hoagland debate, is there a station west of the Rockies that I can pick up here?
Oh, that's right. It might be late for you, huh?
Yeah, because I'll be going off the air.
Well, I don't know. I would say call your radio station and say, hold that sucker over because we want to hear the Hoagland-Mitchell debate. That's going to be classic stuff. Coming up Wednesday at 1 a.m., both parties have agreed. Dr. Edgar Mitchell and Richard Hoagland. Look out.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 10th, 1996.
Oh, I'll tell you, the faxes are boiling in from Mexico, from Rosarita, BC, Mexico. Dear Art, what Enrique from Tijuana failed to mention is that the chupacabra has been attacking sheep and goats in Rosarito and Ensenada, as close as 20 miles south of the U.S. border. It is true the chupacabra is daily news here. Many believe they are related to the numerous UFOs that also are being sighted here. That's from Diane. Thank you, Diane. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, this is Shane from Texas.
Hi, Shane.
Yeah, I talked to you last night, and I just wanted to say that, that was the first time I'd been on the radio, and I was a little kind of shook up. But,
everybody is, Shane, when they first get on.
Well, Art, I'd like to bring up that here's two names for you that you can ask about Chupacabra. Dr. Jacques Vallée did a book called Confrontations in 1990, where he went down for a few years to Brazil to study a thing called the Chupas.
Mm-hmm.
And Chupas have been accused of killings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there's an American reporter, Bob Pratt, from Florida, who also wrote another book, but I don't know the name of it. But he wrote it in 93, and these guys are pretty good in the field. Dr. Jacques Vallée is a good UFO researcher.
I know exactly who he is, yes.
Right. Now, I was surprised to see that he wrote a book. Now, I'm doing a study on this, and I thought I'd keep you informed. And his book is called Confrontation, and it was published in 1990. And
all right, well, we'll look into it.
And it was on the Chupa.
Yeah, right. Okay, we'll look into it. Thank you very much. On the Chupas. Sounds like the same thing. Chupacabra. Chupas. 5-foot egg. I'm still thinking about that 5-foot egg. You think that could be real? What the hell could lay a 5-foot egg? Dinosaur, maybe. I don't even know if dinosaurs laid eggs. What could lay a 5-foot egg? Can't be true. And if it is true, then there's definitely something new under the sun. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes, hello.
Hi, this is Corey from Vancouver, Washington.
Corey, you're breaking up a little bit, partner.
Oh, I'm on a cell phone. I'm sorry about that.
Turn your radio off, Corey.
Okay. I just wanted to find out if there's anything going on with the tethered satellite. I haven't heard anything about that.
Oh, it burned up long ago, Corey. Thank you. It burned up long ago. The tethered satellite re-entered and went and burned up to a cinder. So there's nothing new on it because it doesn't exist anymore. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, how about a 20-foot chicken?
To lay a 5-foot egg?
Yeah. Well, why not? I mean, if there's Chupacabra, if there's Bigfoot, if there's life on the moon,
then why
not a 20-foot chicken?
Why not a 20-foot chicken?
Why not?
Well, it could be.
Could be.
Could be.
Something to give consideration to.
Some for Colonel Sanders to get his hands on.
Watch out for those big drumsticks, Art.
Yeah, all right, thank you. A 5-foot egg. I don't know if I believe this. Now, I've had 2 reports. They say they've got it. They say they've detected signs of life inside. How many of you believe that? Hold up your hands. It's getting weird out there. Really getting weird out there. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, this is Eric in Pullman.
Hi, Eric.
Couple quick comments. One, that your cat noise, it works on dogs, too.
Well, dogs, I am told, enjoy it.
Yeah.
You know, it is apparently the sound of a cat getting its tail stepped on, and it seems to entertain dogs greatly.
A second point was on...
No. You're fading out on us.
Hold on a second. Is that better?
Oh, you've got a portable phone, don't you?
Yeah.
Now, this is the sound, ladies and gentlemen, of what happens when you get interfered with on a portable phone.
Yes. The second comment was on NASA.
Yes?
And they found that rats that they were reproducing in outer space, the babies developed quicker.
I'll be darned. Well, listen, I'm going to leave now because that's awful. That is what happens when you get interfered with. Did you hear that kind of warbly tone in the background? That was another. Well, in the first channel, he had 2 channels. First channel, he was breaking up. Lousy, typical portable phone. Then what he did was, when you heard him go click, he switched channels, and he was on the same channel as somebody else. That's why those old portable phones need to be put in trash compactors. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello? No, guess not. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hey, Art, this is Mike again from North Dakota.
Yes, Mike.
Yeah, a couple nights ago you were talking about that letter that you got from that guy that sent you that stuff from Oswell.
Yes.
I was wondering if you were going to comment on that tonight or not. 'Cause
all right, you've got it. I did promise, so let me do it. I've got a follow-up letter from the guy who sent the Roswell parts. Let me read it to you, all right? Hi, Art. At great risk, I am writing to you in regard to the package sent your way. I had opportunity to listen to a tape recording of the radio broadcast when I returned home after having participated in the mobility readiness exercises. My son, who is a senior in college, recorded them for me. I must say I was somewhat surprised by the negative and closed-minded responses directed your way by some of your own listeners. You seem to indicate that receiving the package has vastly upset your life. And in this I would like to say it was not my intention. I offer my apologies. Further information regarding the Roswell crash and my own grandfather's affiliation would likely be potentially beneficial to your efforts at correlation and verification. In this regard, I can only say, based on past conversations on the subject with Granddad, that the retrieval team consisted of 3 segments: the on-site team, the in-house team, and the security team. The credentials of the team members weren't only military-related. There were individuals with backgrounds from the University of Colorado, Office of Naval Research, AAF/USAF, and U.S. Army, UCLA, and the Atomic Energy Commission and the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics, and the Office of Scientific Research and Development. Additionally, there were consultants from England, France, and Russia involved. Granddad stated their own analysis of the samples indicated it was pure extract aluminum as a conductor for the electromagnetic fields created in the propulsion systems. However, critically needed data was eliminated by the self-destruct mechanisms on the disk vehicle itself. Furthermore, the occupant survivor of the crash refused to disclose technical information despite a series of interrogative attempts to extract technological data. No means could be found to secure the information. There were always 2 security team members present at every face-to-face meeting with the survivor. The survivor had the ability to deduce thoughts and questions prior to them being asked. Sometimes it became frustrating. The disc itself was literally dissected, and it was discovered that the propulsion system had actually fused together the many interior components. There were control-type devices forged in the shape of the alien hand, which were assumed as controls and activation surfaces. What is today fiber optic technology was part and parcel of the alien technology within the control panels, albeit fused and melted when the self-destruct mechanism was activated. There were Westinghouse-affiliated persons on the team, and Granddad always thought some of them had gone back with the knowledge and incorporated it into the future research with our phone systems. Of course, the military was concerned as to the ability of the aliens to enter our atmosphere at will, undetected, and thusly they recommended to our president that a space program be set into motion, and that a system of satellites be placed into orbit by 1957. The satellite system would be patched into the then DEW-line early warning systems, which later became NORAD. Granddad stated that it was his opinion that NORAD was formed not only to track possible ICBMs from hostile nations, but as an established detection system for UFO craft. That is why the NASA Space Agency has been incorporated by and large with our armed forces. There are so many classified missions. This is my opinion, but Granddad prophesied such occurring as far back as 1971. Well, I'm scheduled to travel back to Charleston Air Force Base, then Pope. I'll mail this from somewhere in South Carolina. It's not likely I'll communicate again. My wife is concerned, as am I, that the intelligence agencies are going to easily put 2 and 2 together, so it's advisable inadvisable to further communicate this information. I hope you understand my position. I could likely face a courts-martial or sedition charges for stating some of the information and opinions. You'd be surprised at the extent of internal policies on this subject and the consequences for current commissioned officers talking about UFO phenomena. I was surprised by Edgar Mitchell's statements of recent date. I imagine there are many involved with Roswell who are a bit upset at events underway. However, he is a man of outstanding character and integrity and knows of what he speaks, as do quite a few other astronauts. I wish you all the best. I'll be listening. I commend your courage and integrity. Hope your listeners understand that the subject of Roswell has great potential to extrapolate the truth about UFOs and what has come to be known as a cosmic Watergate. It's only the tip of the iceberg. Granddad said when the truth does come out, humanity will be changed beyond comprehension. He also said many on the in-house team lobbied to release this information to the public. Not all of them were paranoid in trusting the public with the truth. Sign me, still a friend. And that was indeed mailed from Charleston, South Carolina, as was the original package. So there you are. You wanted to hear about it? You heard about it. That is the second letter. First reading of it, too. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Charlie Liberal in California.
Hey.
You've had several people criticize Bill Clinton on taking things from Republicans. I want to say this about liberalism. The concept of liberalism has not changed. What's happened with Bill Clinton is that liberalism has evolved, not changed. We're still interested.
Did you say evolved or devolved?
Evolved.
Evolved. I see.
Liberalism is we still support the environment, education, and we still have that one word that conservatives simply do not understand. They cannot comprehend. It's called compassion.
Compassion.
And I think it's conservatives who don't understand that you can be fiscally responsible and compassionate.
No, well, what conservatives don't understand is liberals that want to be compassionate constantly with other people's money.
Well, here's the thing about it. The thing about other people, this quote-unquote other people's money.
OPM.
Okay? The government basically has the authority to spend a certain given amount of money.
Other people's money.
Well, you can say that, but the thing is...
I just did.
But the thing is
because they have no source of money. They have no source of money other than other people's money.
The question is, how are we going to spend it? Are we going to spend it investing in an overdone military? Or are we going to spend it making sure that our elderly are taken care of, making sure that the environment is taken care of?
Well, when you spend it on the military, to some degree, you ensure the elderly are taken care of, Charles.
Well, I think when you spend it on the elderly, you make sure they're taken care of. But that's what the problem. And the problem is that it's amazing they could talk about other people's money, but the thing about it is that when you talk about elderly, or you're talking about the handicap, or you're talking about young people trying to get an education, those are positive investments. And this is what conservatives don't understand. When they think about an investment, they think about an investment in stock or whatever. They don't think about investing in people. They don't think about being compassionate toward people. They are not, and the conservatives are just not people-oriented. And we happen to be people-oriented. And we're not going to change.
But what liberals do that conservatives object to is that no matter what the problem is, the solution is throwing money at it.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think that's a lie that the conservatives have been saying for years.
No, it's true.
Not throwing money at it, but the thing is that we are not afraid to spend money.
Oh, I know.
If you can get a positive result. And I think the conservatives basically believe that people should just be left out in the cold. And
yeah, but Charlie, the difference is that liberals, even when you've got a program that we can all stand back and say it's failed, it's not working, the money's going down a black hole, the liberals, their solution is to throw more money at it in the hopes that more money might cause it to...
Come on. Well, the problem, and this is why the guys like Newt Gingrich, their popularity has gone down is because rather than trying to change welfare, which liberals want to do, rather than trying to change that, for example, they simply say, okay, we'll give a state a few billion dollars and do what you want.
Well, look, here's the argument, Charlie. Look, let's get down to the argument on welfare for a second. What the conservatives say is not that there should not be welfare, but that it should be administered at a local level.
Oh, that's a bunch of bull. What the conservatives say is that we'll give you some money, and if the money runs out, well, that's just too damn bad.
Yeah, but see, if it's administered, Charlie, at a local level where real decisions about real people's needs can be made, then you won't have to spend all that money. But when it's done at a federal level, most of the money is always wasted and taken and defrauded and all the rest of it.
It's not about, you know something, if I honestly wish what you were saying is true, but what you're saying is absolutely, you've been brainwashed by people like Newt Gingrich who give you that kind of garbage all the time. But the bottom line is this: we are interested in real reform, but real reform doesn't mean going into a glass house with a sledgehammer and breaking everything in sight and slashing everything in sight. That is not reform.
All right, Charles, look. You're wrong. And the difference between liberals and conservatives is not that we don't have compassion. It's that we've got good, clear sight. And we can see that programs administered at the federal level generally take about 80 or 90 cents to get 10 cents to anybody at the user end, because of the godforsaken bureaucracy that's generated by these liberal programs. And so the latest, greatest idea of the conservatives, and it's a good one, is to get these things done at the local level so that you can have real people looking and talking to real people and ensuring there are real problems before real checks are cut. And I think you're going to be amazed, Charles, when you see some of these programs finally come to local, state, local levels, and you see how much less fraud and waste there is. Then the people that you claim you want to care for will be cared for, and a lot of people who could be out there working when they're warming their backsides on a couch, courtesy of the federal government, get off these programs. That's the difference. There's compassion and then just blind spending. First time caller line, you're on the air. Going once. Gone. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art. This is Reggie in Vallejo.
Hey.
I have a thought concerning your 5-foot egg.
Not mine. Not my 5-foot egg.
The reported 5-foot egg.
With my luck lately, somebody will send me a 5-foot egg.
That'd be interesting. I believe that in light of this egg, the movie Aliens might be a documentary and not just a plain movie. And this big egg is the queen bee of the colony.
Well, that's a cheery little thought.
Well, I'm enjoying your show. Have a good evening.
I'm glad you are. Thank you very much for the call. We're going to break here at the bottom of the hour. Boy, think about it, folks. The size of an omelet one could construct with a 5-foot egg. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Talk about a breakfast. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 10th, 1996.
Just can't get enough, and if you move real slow, I'll let it go.
Yes.
I'm so excited.
Whew.
And I just can't hide.
Art, about the 5-foot egg. Wouldn't it be a kick in the pants if when it cracks open, about a dozen baby chupas pop out? Of course, from the reports, the chupa isn't big enough to lay a 5-foot egg unless all the chupas running around are also babies. Imagine a 30-foot chupa. Kevin in Phoenix, where the chupa has been last seen. Yeah, that's right. It's in Arizona.
And if we're still playing around, boy, that's just fine.
I love this thing.
Let's get it started. We just can't hide it. No, I'm roll and I think I like it. I'm so excited.
I've got a little supposed news release here. I don't believe it, but you never know. Says Bob Dole will be our next president. Bill Graham has just been chosen for vice president. Wonderful news. Now, there's no ID here. I suspect this might be a hoax, but you never know. Could it be true? Has anybody else heard that? Well, it would be exciting, wouldn't it? Can you imagine? See, I was waiting to get to this piano. Don't you love piano? I mean, listen to how this guy's hitting those keys. Oh man, that's my kind of piano. All right, back to the phones. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Dan from Garden Grove, California. How you doing?
Fine, Dan.
I got a couple of statements and a couple of questions.
All right.
If it's all right?
Statements first.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Number one, Charlie is a moron. Number two, if Robin Williams pops out of that 5-foot egg, I'm going to be very upset. Also, I am going on a trip to Houston, and I was wondering if I could get the station out there.
Of course you can. We're number one in Houston. Didn't you know? KTRH in Houston.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the numbers for that?
Oh, the numbers for that. Let's see. Houston. 740 on the dial.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I told my friend I'd turn them on to you.
Uh-huh.
Also, I was wondering if you had any information on Hale-Bopp for me.
Nothing you want to know.
Oh, really? Because I was kind of wondering how big it was going to be in the sky and stuff like that.
Well, actually, by about this time next year, it should be taking up about 20% of the sky.
Okay, yeah, because my dad's like a major astronomer, and unfortunately, he's got the telescope I wish I had. And since we got to the desert, we're going to check it out up there anyways.
All right.
All righty. Well, you have a good evening.
All right.
Morning, I'm sorry.
Morning it is, and listen to us while you're in Houston. No problem. All around Houston, I guarantee. 5-foot egg. Chupacabras. Alien artifacts. So much going on these days. There's no truth to this thing about Bob Dole. He hasn't chosen his vice president, has he? I don't believe that. See, anytime you get something unsigned, pretending to be a news release, you've got to be careful. Another thing is I want some calls from Cheyenne, Wyoming to confirm something. Good old Doc Barry in Phoenix has sent me a fax saying the bacteria that caused 100 deaths in Milwaukee 2 years ago has been found in Cheyenne, Wyoming's water supply. Convenience stores, he says there, have been sold out of bottled water. Now I'm on the air in Cheyenne, KRAE in Cheyenne. So let's find out. Attention Cheyenne, call now. Everybody else hold off. Give them a minute, just a minute, folks, to get through on our West of the Rockies line. It's a beautiful thing about being nationwide this way. If something happens, we can find out about it. Verify the rumor or knock it down. So if you're in Cheyenne, Wyoming, call me now at 1-800-618-8255. Everybody else, please put the phone down. Just let the people in Cheyenne get through for a few minutes here so we can find out if this is true. By the way, he also says CBS News, radio news, is reporting the poisonous heroin problem in Philadelphia is now overloading emergency rooms in Baltimore. I can't believe it. Regular listeners to this program know that we talked about this in a sort of an esoteric way several days ago, and here it is. Unbelievable. Absolutely, truly unbelievable. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was wondering if you could tell me what Gordon Cooper had to say on Paranormal Borderline.
Sure. Yes, I will. He said that when he was at Edwards Air Force Base, there was a flying saucer that came down and landed. He moreover stated that a military film crew who happened to be filming some training exercises filmed this flying saucer, and when it landed, they rushed toward it, filming as they went. It lifted off, retracted its landing gear, and shot straight up like a bat out of hell. And that they got all of this on film. A report was filed. The film was sent to Washington. It's not been seen since. That came from Gordon Cooper. U.S. astronaut Gordon Cooper. Believe it if you wish. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Robert in Everett.
Robert in Everett, yes.
Listen, back about 1994, when you used to have your show out of Vegas, right?
Yes.
You had Al Bielek on.
Yes.
And he talked about an experiment in sex in space. Do you remember that?
An experiment where?
In space.
No, he talked about the Philadelphia experiment.
Oh, but somebody called and asked him, has there ever been sex in space? You all remember that? And he said it was like the dolphins do in water. It took 3 of them to do it.
No,
I remember that.
Well, okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Now, I'm not sure. Now, does Cheyenne call my east or west of there? Cheyenne, call both lines. 1-800-618-8255. Or if you can't get that one from Cheyenne, call 1-800-825-5033. Not exactly sure which line is active in Cheyenne, one of the two. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
This is Lewis from Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering, Gordon Michael Scallion had some thermal image maps, and I was wondering what website that was that got them.
They're on no website, sir. He has produced those commercially. They're the gigantic maps. His most recent of the world, future map of the world, it's on no website. That's copyrighted material.
Oh, okay. But I did find a thermal map tonight that I did find, and I think he's on to something that we didn't count on, and I saw something that kind of I had to walk away from the keyboard for a minute and come back and look again to make sure I was seeing it right.
I think you're actually talking about Stan Deo's thermal maps.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that's right. They're up there now, and there are some very, very worrisome things, very worrisome on Stan's latest maps. You're going to want to take a look at that. We need to get hold of Stan again in Perth, Australia. I probably ought to give him a call and let him explain it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, I'm in Wenatchee. I think Cheyenne is east of the Rockies.
Well, I know it is, but that was not the point. The point was, we've got a break in the lines, east to west, and they included a lot of the west in the west of the Rockies line. So it may be, I'm not sure which one Cheyenne would call. You see, I'm not so much where the Rockies are, but where the phone company decided to divide it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Turn your radio off, please.
Yeah, I got it.
That's good. Where are you?
I'm in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Minneapolis. All right.
Okay, are you ready for this now?
Probably not. Does it involve the 5-foot egg?
No, I don't know about this 5-foot egg thing, but I want to talk about 3 things. First thing I want to talk about is this flying bird you're talking about.
Chupacabra.
And you were mentioning this incision where it goes in a single wound?
It's a dual wound, actually. 2.
And then inside?
There's 4.
If you're a fisherman, Art, a fish hook does that. There's a barb on the fish hook.
Yeah.
A single wound goes in, and then the damage is on the inside from the barb. Now that's what must be happening.
Yeah, but what about when the fish hook pulls out?
Well, I imagine if this bird is biting you, it probably doesn't pull out until you're dead.
That's a good point.
Okay, next thing I want to talk about is the crater on the moon.
What crater? There's
many. It's got a dome or a glass dome or whatever.
Oh, the Richard Hoagland stuff, yes.
Do you have the number of this crater?
No.
International Astronomical Union crater number?
No, Richard Hoagland does, though.
My uncle was a big shot with NASA, and I was a kid in high school, and I was really into it, and he sent me I got piles and piles of pictures but I've only got one picture of the dark side of the moon from an Apollo mission number 10. And you know, my brother doesn't believe any of this stuff, but I've been looking at this thing now since I've heard about this.
And
I got a picture, and you can see there's something down here in this crater. But if you knew what I don't know if this is, maybe I'm just,
crazy?
No, I'm not crazy, but it's
a crater creature?
It's kind of hard. No, there's something there. It's some kind of it's not a big rock or anything, but anyway, I got the picture,
Well, hold on to it or send it to Richard Hoagland, and don't miss the Hoagland-Mitchell debate coming up Wednesday. Wonder how that's going to turn out. I really, really, really wonder how that's going to turn out. That's going to be quite something. No doubt about it. And the magic of radio takes us to Cheyenne, Wyoming, and our affiliate there, KRAE. You're in Cheyenne, sir?
Yes, hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Jimmy.
Hi, Jimmy. What can you tell us about the water there?
Well, I haven't been drinking it, and I don't think anybody else that knows about this is drinking it. But
well, we didn't know about it until just about an hour ago when I got a fax from all places in Arizona saying you had trouble with your water supply. What's the deal?
According to the news release from the Wyoming Health Department, it says, the Wyoming Department of Health received notification from the Environmental Protection Agency in Denver of a possible high-level contamination of the Cheyenne municipal water supply with a microscopic organism known as cryptosporidium.
Cryptosporidium.
So the Wyoming Department of Health, in collaboration with the Cheyenne-Laramie County Health Department, has issued a warning to residents who may have immunocompromised family members to boil water or use bottled water until further notice.
Wow.
The state epidemiologist explains that there is some question as to the validity of the results of these tests due to high algae levels, which can sometimes present false results. However, because the risk which may be posed to individuals who are more susceptible to infection, such as HIV-positive individuals or cancer patients receiving chemotherapy, makes issuance of a warning a necessity.
So
the epidemiologist said this may well end up being a false alarm, but we can't take any chances. Further testing will be ongoing over the weekend. They hope to have results by Monday so they can say yes or no.
When did this news break?
Sometime this evening. I was asleep myself.
Oh, okay. So it's late news then.
6 o'clock.
Yeah, okay. That's very unsettling.
I guess everybody's in a panic out here.
Yeah.
My understanding is that if you're in good health, you may have no symptoms at all, even if there really is cryptosporidium in the water. But if you're a weak or ill person, it could have serious effects. Over 100 people died from this in Milwaukee 3 years ago.
Well, I guess that I would not drink the water until I heard the final report.
Right. Well, we don't need an excuse to drink bottled goods here, but we have one.
Well, I really appreciate your updating us. So it apparently is absolutely true.
It is true that the Environmental Protection Agency has notified the Wyoming Health Department of a possible high-level contamination of the water supply.
All right, my friend. Thank you. There you've got it, folks, and I appreciate the input from Cheyenne. More and more of that kind of thing these days. And there are a lot of people with suppressed immune systems who would be vulnerable. Maybe it's nature's way of sort of, the old survival of the fittest, right? Boy. Cryptosporidium. Doesn't sound good at all, does it? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Art.
Yes.
Yes, I've been listening to Jack here in Vancouver, BC.
Yes, sir.
I've been listening with interest all the chupacabra discussion going down. I've just been thinking about different places it might have showed up in literature and history. And the first one I thought of was a book from somewhere in the middle 1800s. It's called A Son of Noah.
Yes, sir.
It would be an antediluvian fantasy involving the discovery of an advanced race who worship a pterodactyl-like creature.
Maybe the chupacabra.
Or something like it.
If you were to have to hazard a guess about whether this is something old, something new, something that's come through. What do you think it is?
Well, most likely would be that it had been warped out of some strange laboratory. I would think if it was new. If it's something old, then we're probably in trouble. And maybe the 5-foot egg is a Super Chupa egg. And
a Super Chupa egg. Oh, sir.
Best I can do. Sorry.
Super Chupa egg. That's pretty good, actually. Thank you very much for the call. Dr. Burnell, who we had as a guest, said you really ought to have an M1A1. If there really is this big 5-foot egg, a turret should be pointed straight at it. When it begins to crack, you have options, you know.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Networks.
Those of you on the IRC chat channel will be happy to hear the following. Beginning next week, I am picking up a second internet provider. So, yes, I'll come visit the IRC chat channel. That's beginning next week. I've been working on that for a while, and I didn't want to say anything until I had it nailed down. You'll hear about it next week. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Charles from St. Louis.
Hi, Charles.
So you're not going to hear any more from this guy that sent the Roswell debris?
Well, I just read you the last letter I got, and you heard it same as I did.
So he's out of it, huh?
I read you the letter, sir. I can't tell you any more than that.
Okay, so you haven't heard, you don't know when we're going to hear anything?
I think we're going to have the results from the test, preliminary results anyway, by Dreamland Sunday.
Oh, you will?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Oh, good, okay. Because I was wondering about that, and I'll be listening for it.
All right, well, we'll probably have it. I mean, Linda Howe's going to be here, and I got a message from her earlier today saying, well, I don't know. Anyway, we'll probably have something for you then. She said she had something on it, so we'll see. Hey, Art, I'll bet you whatever laid that 5-foot egg has a seriously bruised backside. What do you think, Richard and Covina? And that may be topped simply by Bryn Marie in San Francisco, who says, I've got pretty good guess as to the creature sounds, what the creature sounds like that laid that 5-foot egg. Ouch, is what she says. Yes, that would be, of course, you know, a 5-foot egg might not be a problem for a 20-foot chicken. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
How you doing, Art?
I'm all right.
This is Daryl in Houston.
Yes, sir.
When are you going to get the shortwave on?
Well, it's in progress, sir. It involves a transatlantic satellite link and a commissioning of a Eastern European large shortwave station. We're working on it now.
Okay, because KTRH always cuts us off.
Well, I mean, morning shows begin.
Yeah, well, I want to hear it all.
All right, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Tonight on Fox News, they had a report, get this, of a chupacabra attack in the city of Sylmar, California. 20 chickens attacked in one night, drained of blood. Animal control officers tried to blame it on weasels, but when asked about the lack of blood in the bodies, they could not explain. I think they come up with a better explanation than that. At least the Mexico governor's try a giant bat sounded better. Man, oh man, oh man, what is going on with all of this chupacabra business? What began as a trickle has become a flood. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Hello.
I have 3 questions for you. First of all, you were born in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, U.S. Naval Hospital. How long ago was that?
In other words, you're asking my age.
Well, you can tell me, was it like in 69
I was
stationed there?
I was born, sir, June 17th, 1945.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Well, that's one. Secondly, regarding the water situation in Cheyenne, that came down over the news lines that there is a parasite in their water.
Well, they suspect, yes. Mm-hmm.
Came over the news wires to us.
Well, I just talked to someone in Cheyenne, gave us the whole story,
right.
Yes, uh-huh.
And the El Chupacabra.
Yes.
Well, maybe that's what that egg is, right?
I hope not. It would be about the right size, though.
Yeah, there we go. All right. So we here in Odessa, Texas, will be watching out for it.
Well, Texas is the place of big, right?
Yes.
So
we thought it was just a small Texas chicken.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Have a good morning. Odessa. KRIL, I think, in Odessa. Boy, my memory's getting better. I've always had a good memory for things that I want to remember. Call letters have always been easy for me. Radio station, ham calls, that kind of thing. But it's a very selective memory. Very selective. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, it's Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. Hey, you know what, Elizabeth?
What?
I got a cryptic message earlier tonight saying that you had been banned from the local talk station up there.
Well...
Is that true?
A right-wing brother and a left-wing brother bought a radio station together.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And the left-wing brother is an incredibly good-looking attorney who won a very major free speech case here in Portland.
Yes.
And I was banned by the right-wing brother.
Really?
But the very last episode was...
Why were you banned?
Because they like to use liberals for cannon fodder. What do you think?
Well, I know, but why would they ban you? I mean, if you don't have anything to aim your cannon at, what fun is it?
Well, I haven't been banned by the left-wing brother. The last thing that happened, I called his show. The board operator was going to cut me off. The left-wing brother said, cut Elizabeth off, and I'm getting up and walking out of here, and you can do this show by yourself.
Wow.
And that was the end of it for now. I'm not calling that station anymore, but...
I mean, what did you do to cause this? Just be yourself?
No, I think I defended liberalism too successfully.
Oh.
Which is why I called, incidentally.
Really?
Well, actually, first of all, I have to tell you that I'm very depressed.
Why?
And I'm not going to stop being depressed until I can debate the quickening, until I can wrestle it to the floor, until I can drive a stake through its filthy little heart.
Well, yeah, but you can't do that to something that exists. I mean, it's like people trying to erase history.
I don't think so, and I think that I could drive a stake through its heart, and I want you to give me the chance to do that. But tonight, the reason I called...
Yes.
...is because, Charlie Liberal almost hit upon something. He missed. And, I don't really align myself with Charlie Liberal because I don't favor his particular slant on liberalism. I don't find it vigorous, robust enough, but...
Really?
Really. But, I've been thinking a lot about the difference between false conservatism, and I think this is what he was aiming at, and true conservatism. And there's a huge difference.
Well, I was trying to explain that to him.
Well, true conservatism is, there is none. I mean, it's completely evaporated from our culture. We have no true conservatism. That's why we have the Montana militia, who think that they're conservatives, but they've made a covenant with Yahweh. They want to start a revolution. They've had a revelation. True conservatism is not revelationary. It's not like Reverend Rush has a revelation and, we're going to have a right-wing revolution and all that stuff. It's not like that.
The Reverend Rush.
True conservatism is dead in our culture, and I aim to revive it.
Well, you're trying to put a stake through all kinds of things here, aren't you?
No, I'm going to revive something for us. I'm going to revive, the chief virtue of true conservatism is practical wisdom. Now, don't you see that we need that in our society?
Practical wisdom, yes, of course I do. Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, I'd like to talk to you about this another time, but anyway, congratulations on your rating success. You deserve it.
Thank you.
Your philosophy of talk radio is perfect.
Well, it's just what it is, and yeah, it's successful.
You may have a dark mind, Art, but your philosophy of talk radio is above criticism.
All right, Elizabeth, thank you. Take care. That's Elizabeth. Banned in Portland. Banned in Portland. Oh, why do people do that? I don't know why people do that. It's kind of thing where it seems to me any talk host, and this is not a reflection, or maybe it is, on those people up there, worth their salt, will take anything on. I mean, why ban people? There's only a couple reasons to ban people, and that's bad language and libelous statements. Other than that, any talk host who is not willing to accept whatever comes along is either lazy, in my opinion, or inadequate. Lazy or inadequate. That's a pretty rough charge, I know, but, this should be an open forum. And people behind microphones ought to be willing to take on whatever comes. I'm not intimidated, frightened by, or scared of whatever comes up on the phones. It's fun. And, if it's going to be somebody yelping and screaming and screeching at you because they don't agree with you, then that's what it's supposed to be all about. This is not just a mutual admiration society. You've got to allow that kind of stuff on the air, and if you don't, then I don't know what you're doing. Then you've got some sort of a choir out there, or the choir is the only one allowed in to say anything. It's just not good talk radio, in my opinion. But I think a lot of other people catch on to this. Our rating success will ensure that. And the other philosophy of talk radio that I have, that I feel very strongly about, is that you don't limit conversations to anything in particular. You just do whatever comes up. Sure, I might stimulate you toward one topic or another, but as you well can tell from listening, anything can come up and divert the show in any direction at all, and I wouldn't have it any other way. This, too, is something that if talk radio does not open itself to be more a reflection of people's lives and interests and get a lot less preachy about politics, it's going to go the way disco went, in my opinion. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. Aberdeen, Washington.
Aberdeen, Washington. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that last woman that just called you.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, there you go. She mentioned the name of Yahweh. I believe she called it Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
Are you very aware of that name?
Yes, I am.
What does that mean to you?
That means to me, one who would be worshipped.
Well, that was the original name for the Hebrew God, which is our God now.
One who would be worshipped, sir.
I'm saying that that's the name of the Creator.
I understand.
But it's a sacred word. But anyway, that's not what I'm really getting at here.
What are you getting?
I'm getting at that these right-wing groups, they do have that. They have that name, and that's very important to them. And they think that they're untouchable. They think that that name saves them from anything. And the fact of it is that they're not really saved because they've committed horrible crimes. They should come out for the crimes, but they will not ever come out. And anybody that thinks that the militias are just going to be defeated and that's all it's going to be, just another thing to blow by, is going to realize that it's not that at all.
All right, thank you. I've got more. I didn't want to get into that because I've got a big Oregonian article entitled Militias Draw Up Plans for War. It's the same story about Hussey, the one I read you the other night. He's the legal guy for a militia up in Oregon, ready to declare war against the military. But I'm not going to end my weekend with discussion of that. We can bring this up next week. Oh, don't forget. Not to forget, please. Apollo 14 astronaut Dr. Edgar Mitchell and Richard Hoagland together, 1 a.m., Wednesday morning, Pacific Coast time, one of the events of the century in radio. I have no idea how it's going to turn out. It may be very explosive and, I have no way of telling. And so I'm just telling you it's going to happen. I'm not predicting outcome or anything else. Believe me, it's going to be an event. We'll be right back. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Hey, Elizabeth, I've heard her on your show before, and when it gets closer to election time, I wouldn't mind hearing her talk extensively about the difference between a false conservative and a true conservative.
What do you think the difference is?
Well, I really don't know. I just have the typical ideas about liberalism and conservative.
All right. What do you think the difference is between a real liberal and a false liberal?
Well, it seems like the way conservatism is practiced in our society these days, it's really kind of mostly, greed, everybody getting after their own self with very little concern for...
All right, you've described what you think a false conservative is. What do you think a false liberal is?
A false liberal, kind of a goody two-shoes.
Sort of somebody who would spend money on anything just to enlarge the size of government?
I don't know if their thinking is even that sophisticated. It seems like a goody two-shoes is kind of somebody that's putting on airs and trying to maybe work off some personal karma or something like that.
There you are. And I'll tell you what. It is my view that our world today is full of too damn many false liberals and false conservatives, and that they're the voices that are heard because they screech the loudest, and they're driving the political process right now, and I am frankly sick to death of it.
Yeah, I am too. It seems like...
Matter of fact, I'm sick of politics right now.
Yeah. That's why I was thinking as we get closer to election, it would be interesting to hear some of her ideas. Because I've heard her on your program before, and I like the way she talks.
Well, whether you do or don't like the way she talks, or Charlie or anybody else who calls this program, I really am saddened that people like that are getting banned. Whether you like her discourse or not, to be banned from the air because of your strong political views really sucks.
Well, I agree with you, but if you come across in a strong, clear, assertive fashion like she is, you certainly do risk it happening to you.
Yeah, I guess so. That's a shame, because it hurts everybody.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from May 10th, 1996.
Well, it's Saturday morning. Once again, can you believe it? The weeks, the months, they just race by now, don't they?
You don't have to answer. There's no need to speak.
A 5'8".
I'll be your belly dancer, presser, and you can be my sheep.
I love this. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art. How are you today?
Fine.
Hey, it's the weekend. You're right. Time is flying. Listen, kind of a crazy thought that just hit me because I was standing there minding my own business and thoughts hit me every once in a while.
Sure.
Wouldn't it be cool to have some sort of contest or some sort of way to have sort of a listener be a co-host for a little while?
Yeah, I've thought of doing that.
I think that'd be really cool. Also, through the use of Vidian, and wouldn't it be neat to tie that into like amateur television? And kind of transmit something that way, or like...
Well, that's where the law gets kind of strange.
Does it really?
Yes, it does. I've been trying to get a ruling from the FCC on whether I could put amateur radio on, on the commercial broadcast band. I've got my handset right here, and I could actually wire it in, and I could bring it in, and I could do it. I could do it.
Talk about a pileup.
Oh, man, we'd have a blast. But I just can't get the FCC to say whether it's okay or not.
I don't think anyone's ever asked them that.
Well, that's right. And they just don't want to answer that, so I'm afraid to try it.
Absolutely. The other thing that I wanted to leave you with is don't believe polls. You have polls. You can have a poll say anything you want it to say if you fund it just right. The polls that are saying that Clinton is popular, he is or he's not, or whatever. Polls is bunk. I wouldn't.
Well, it's going to be a whole lot closer. Right now, they're saying Clinton's 31 points ahead. Now, that's ridiculous, or maybe it's true now, but it will not be true at election time. It'll be a close election, but I'm afraid Clinton's going to win.
And also, have you ever thought of having anybody on from, what is it, doggone it? It's like one of these militia, they're on shortwave, and I can't think of the name of the group off the top of my head right now because I'm a little bit nervous, and I shouldn't be. I've been on the air before, but, shucks. Radio Free America.
Listen, I've got a question for you.
Yes, sir?
If I were to have some listener, not as a co-host, but just let him, like for an hour, run the show or something, who would you have?
Me.
Well, that's selfish. I mean,
it
somebody,
was my idea.
Well, I know it was your idea, but if it had to be somebody other than yourself, who would you pick?
Oh, I think it'd be fun to have one of the liberal callers do it for a little bit.
Charlie, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Is his last name Manson?
Yeah.
Anyway, let me let somebody else get a turn in here. This is really cool. Really enjoy it.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe we'll do that. You know, I'm not against that. That Charlie hosted for an hour. Maybe Elizabeth, so she could drive a stake through the heart of the quickening. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art. This is Sampson in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to say hi to you from the grassy knoll. I figured I'd leave the internet a little bit and go and see what's going on over here.
Call the wildcard lines, area 702-727-1295.
I didn't get in when she said I missed her.
Let's rephrase that. You were messing around.
Yeah, okay. Good choice of words, Art.
Thank you.
Listen, the interview that I enjoyed today was with Dr. Purnell. I thought that was absolutely excellent.
Wasn't that super?
Yeah, it sure was. In fact, I was so impressed, I even emailed him, and let him know.
Great.
And I hope you don't file him away too deep. Hope he comes back.
Well, I don't do that. Listen, let me ask you, what you think the outcome of Dr. Mitchell and Hoagland together will be?
Well, to be honest with you, Art, I'm not quite the Hoagland fan that you are, but
that doesn't matter. I'm asking you what the outcome will be.
Well, personally, I really personally think that Hoagland is going to lose any side of any credible argument.
It is going to be hard for him.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it's necessary. I celebrate the debate.
Yeah, I know. So do I.
Yeah.
So do I. And let me tell you, Hoagland is sending the photographs to Dr. Mitchell, so we're all going to be on the same page. And Hoagland can say, "Now take a look at that. What's that?" You know.
Yeah.
So
believe me, I'll be listening. What day is that going to be on anyway?
Wednesday at 1 a.m.
Wednesday, well, I'll be where I'll have to tape it. But listen, what I was interested in, the information I wanted to get was in Dr. Pinelli's. He mentioned that craft that his prototype that he's testing.
Yes,
They were going to launch that. Is there any info or anything we can get?
I'll see what I can find out. All right.
Okay, great.
And we'll get it on the webpage soon as we can. And by the way, my famous cat screech is up there as a WAV file for those of you that want it. It's on the internet. Also, the story I told about the Chevy, that should be up there tomorrow, along with the chupacabra, the little chupa creature that you can get. I read a story about that yesterday. That'll be on the internet tomorrow as well. If you have not visited my internet site, it is a wealth of information and fun. If you've got a computer, go to www.artbell.com. It's kind of fun. There's a very great deal of stuff up there for you, and stuff that if you like the show, you will be very interested in. www.artbell.com. It's easy. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, I was just calling to make a mention about all these liberals that keep calling in.
Yeah.
Give you a different point of view here, a conservative view. One thing I was going to say is, like a previous caller just said, I wouldn't trust the polls. I think a lot of the conservatives, after we had that big sweep back in November, they're starting to get a little upset because things aren't going the way, we were all hoping it would be.
There's a lot of infighting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a lot of the conservatives are just scared to death to even touch the issue of gun control because the conservative voters typically don't speak that loud, so they don't know if they're going to be backed up if they do it or not.
It's true. No, it's true.
And
a lot can change. Look, the election is not until November. In politics, that's a lifetime.
Oh, yes. But, I mean, even you said it yourself. You said you're sick of politicians.
I'm sick of the whole thing right now. I'm just not engaged, and I think I'm not unusual. I think most of the American public is either fed up or simply not engaged, not even interested.
Yeah, I see a lot of that. I mean, one of the biggest things you need in a democracy is an educated public. And if you look at what the public school systems are turning out nowadays, they're getting a lot of people that believe anything they see on TV or hear on the radio.
It's true.
That really makes for some lousy voting.
No, you're absolutely correct. Thank you. There will come a time closer to the election when people will, I hope, begin to get engaged if Bob Dole ever mounts a real campaign. But I don't know when that's going to be, and I do know right now they certainly are not. People are exasperated, frustrated, but not engaged. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art. Taylor in Wichita.
Well, how you doing? How's Wichita?
I'm doing fine. I was happy to hear you're number one on our station here.
Boy, I'll tell you, the ratings across the country have been astounding.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
But it is a reflection of what I've been talking about here for the last hour. People are sick of the same old junk.
Absolutely. It's much more exciting to hear about things like Chupacabra and crystals on the moon versus green cheese and bologna and which I'm really looking forward to that debate Wednesday night.
That ought to be something.
Unfortunately, that's the last hour we get you here, but I intend to listen at least for that time, whatever time they last, I guess.
Uh-oh, now there's hum on your telephone.
Well, that's true.
Well, it wasn't there. It just appeared.
Oh, dear, I don't know. It must be something in my...
All right, it went away. I was going to say that damn NSA had it again.
Oh, probably. I was going to tell you, I saw a couple weeks ago on Paranormal Borderline the drawing of the Chupacabra.
Yes.
And to me, it sort of looked like, if you've ever seen the movie Gremlins.
Yes, I have.
When they got, I forget they got West, anyway, when they got sort of, looking like lizards and stuff, it sort of looked like that to me.
Right.
But we didn't have a very good picture on the channel that night because we were having a storm.
Oh.
But what I seen, I thought, that reminds me of those ugly gremlins.
Well, it certainly was ugly, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and I hope I never encounter one. They're frightening. The thought of it's frightening.
It is, and now all of a sudden the reports are absolutely everywhere, and I'm trying to figure out, it's very, very hard, really, to try and figure out whether this is a growing, spreading urban myth.
Yeah.
Or whether it's real. I mean, the reports, my God, they're coming from everywhere.
I know it. It's amazing what can happen when you just, say one little thing and, oh boy. I don't know. And last fall, I've got to know, how's Comet doing?
Comet is doing better every day.
Good.
Every day. And he's shown signs of wanting to walk up to me. He hasn't quite done it yet.
That's improvement.
But he sits there now, calmly, instead of running into walls. That's good improvement. And he listens to me.
Well, good. Bless his little heart. He'll warm up after a while.
He will, yes.
Just takes time.
All right, thanks for the call.
Thank you. Have a good morning.
Take care. He's still residing in our chest of drawers. That's his safe place. He has made a nest in our chest of drawers, and he can somehow crawl behind it and go into any one of the drawers. There are 6. And when you want to roust him, you've got to pull each drawer open a little bit at a time. And when you finally get to the drawer where he's located, he slinks out the back and comes out the bottom. It's the damnedest thing you ever saw. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Well, hi, Art Bell.
Yes.
Amazing. I'm interested also in Roswell, but I've got a completely different take on Roswell than I think most people do.
What is yours?
I think that most of the UFO people have got it so far off that it's incredible. They don't understand how big space is and how easily it is to move through time as opposed to move through space. Star Trek has warp drive, but reality tells you that space is a very big place. And why would anyone want to come here? I mean, we're talking about desert, which is space.
Well, then we would be like an oasis in the desert. So you're answering your own question. If you were moving through space and you looked at various planets, very inhospitable, with either no atmosphere or poisonous atmospheres. And if you look at Earth compared to all the others, we are green, we are blue, we are inviting, we have life.
Oh, wait.
So what do you mean, why would they want to come here?
Wait. You misunderstand. Oxygen is a toxin. Okay. Rust.
Not to us.
Okay. Well, not to us, because we're native.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about a metallic being, then maybe, yeah, they'd come and rust.
Well, no, let's back way up. Okay, first of all, let's think about Roswell and what your reporter suggested, the information you got. They were using fiber optics, which is the direction that communication was heading anyway.
That's true.
Okay. Then you take the images of the people that they say, you know, you have these abduction types.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you were from the future and you were not human, but you were a machine intelligence or a superhuman machine intelligence, and you wanted to manipulate now time to accelerate your existence, because space is a very big place, and they've learned from us that I want mine now, and everybody gets theirs later. They've learned from us because we've taught them. Our ATM machines, our computers, our communication network.
Well, that's all true, sir. I suppose an alien might, unfortunately, come down in the middle of the night in a city, wander around a little bit, come to an ATM machine, and conclude that that ATM machine is, in fact, the life such as it is on this planet. It's a horrible thought, isn't it? I mean, some of the ATM machines talk to you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, let me just get the radio, Art.
Yes, get that radio.
Okay. Well, I'm surprised I got on.
Well, why be surprised? Be
I've
happy.
been calling forever.
Well, anyway, you're on.
Okay, well, this 5-foot egg thing's just got me on the edge of my seat here.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah. What I think it is a lake monster egg, like the Loch Ness Monster.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Imagine a Loch Ness hatching in captivity.
That'd be incredible.
Oh, it would.
See, I've always been more interested in lake monsters than like Bigfoot.
Why?
Well, especially since my grandparents bought a cabin on the Lake Okanagan in BC.
Yes.
Where there's supposed to be a lake monster there.
Right.
And last time I went there, I don't know, just looking out at the lake in the middle of the night, you get this feeling in the pit of your stomach like something might be out there.
Yep.
So I think that would be, like, if they did detect a heartbeat, it's got to be something very strange.
Well, look, now, you be careful, because we have no confirmation of this story. You know, we've just got it from a couple of callers now.
Right.
But it is intriguing. And maybe it is. Maybe you're right, and maybe it's a lake monster. I don't know. What the hell would come out of a 5-foot egg? And how many zoologists would be required to sit on it to hatch it? 5-foot egg. Only here. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, this is Greg from Tangent, Oregon.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
I'm doing.
Hey, did that guy ever get back to you? I think it was last night that he was talking about he was involved in the lab that created the chupacabra. Did he ever fax you?
No, he has not yet faxed me. I await that fax.
Okay.
And, in fact, I will have him on the air if he faxes me.
Okay, well, I didn't know. I didn't know if that's what I was curious about.
Well, what would be important is, if he really had a part in creating it, he ought to know exactly what it will do.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
Oh, who knows?
I don't think he did. I don't know. It sure seems damn funny that there's all these chupacabras running around, but we can't get a picture of one. Or
Well, now wait a minute. I had a call from Mexico, and they say they've got it in the newspaper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Well, that's about all I had. I was just curious about that.
All right. Well, stay close to home and watch your neck.
Yeah, I'm out in the boonies. But I'm not too worried about it.
All right.
I'll probably just
famous last words. Remember that? What me worry?
Huh?
I said famous last words. What me worry?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Morning, Art.
Hi.
I have a statement and an inquiry.
All right.
One thing, I don't think I'd get pregnant for $1 million. And another thing is, I was curious about that man that stole all those Transformers. And Madman Markham. I wonder whatever happened to him. Hadn't heard anything in a long time.
I'm going to have Madman on. I know where he is. I know his phone number. He is still in this dimension.
Well, good.
And we will have him on again.
Well, good. I'll be looking forward to that.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hello, this is Mike in Honolulu.
Hi, Mike.
Last night you had a caller that said,
Mike, turn your radio off.
Yeah, okay. He said some cowboy over in Mexico had killed one of those, signaderos or whatever.
That's right.
Did you ever get, hello?
Hello.
Did you ever get any more information on that?
No, except tonight we heard that there is a chupacabra that may have drowned, and they've got the body, and they've got photographs of it that have appeared now in Mexican newspapers. That's all I know.
Oh, well, that would be proof. All these stories they have one thing in common. No proof, no evidence.
Well, what about a photograph? I mean, that's not exactly chicken feed.
Well, I don't know about that. But
listen, my program is over. So you get the opportunity to say, Aloha, America.
Aloha, America.
That's it, folks. We're out of time. Dreamland Sunday, maybe a report on the Roswell pieces or its parts. Back with the syndicated show Monday night, Tuesday morning. Good night, America.